Okay, maybe we're live, maybe we're not. I don't know. I don't know how to do this anymore.
Neither do I.
So we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
I did not announce this. I didn't schedule it. We'll see how long it takes for this to hit notifications for people. And when it does, then hopefully we will have a have some feedback from you all on if the audio and video are okay.
Maybe not.
It will be. It's around 30 seconds.
I like the positivity.
Yeah. Should hit soon, in theory.
If we can get that same positivity for the OC stuff.
Yeah. The OC should be good. So, I think it's going. It's going. All right, cool. Sweet. So, we'll see if this is working properly or not in a minute. It'll take a few minutes for it to go out to notifications. So the plan today, there it is. Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, sweet. Thank you. Let us know if it sounds and looks okay,
Awful.
or at least
sounds good.
as okay
Workable.
as okay as we can sound and look. This is Joe Stepanzi, aka Bearded Hardware.
That's right.
He is here to help with overclocking the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D. And we're pretty excited about it because we did some pre-testing.
Yep.
And we've got a different bench. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, make it more interesting.
So it should be pretty fun. We're going to use liquid nitrogen today. I'll walk everyone through it. Joe set up the bench. For the benchmark, we're primarily going to be doing Stellaris, which is a 4X strategy game, space strategy game. And we were talking about this before the stream. We're both kind of excited about it just because, like, Cinebench is great,
Yeah.
but
It's always the same thing, so we need to change it up a little bit. Make it more interesting.
yeah. Let's see. Check the comments. Make sure everything looks like it's going okay.
Sounds great.
Saying everything good. Cool. Someone said audio a little low. If more people complain, I'll boost it. I have some room to boost it, but so far I've only seen one. I did see someone say tater tots time.
That's right. We had that yesterday.
We did get some preemptive tater tots. That is the tradition.
Always.
And Sam is in chat as well. Says audio and video are good. Cool. All right. Saying mine's a little low. I don't know. We don't. I guess you might have some control over that, Andrew. No, not on the dial. Maybe not. Maybe that's left, right. Only one person said it. Shouldn't matter. I can always move mine up. All right. Cool. Well, it looks good enough. So we're gonna get started on this, and I think it should be pretty fun. Interesting how out of date this is compared to the other one.
Right.
So I need to get some LN2. How do we want to, it's been a while since we've
It
done
has been a while. I feel a little rusty, huh?
Yeah.
We need to shake off this rust.
There's a lot we can talk about.
Yeah.
How do you want to split this up?
What do you mean?
What do you want to walk through the bench setup for people?
Yeah.
I'll start getting some liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, let's do
All
that.
right. Why don't you start with the bench setup? I'll go over here.
So what we got here, we got obviously the new AMD, was it
9800X3D.
9800X3D, which is the 3D chip. Then we got the Asus, was it Crosshair?
Yeah, Hero.
Yeah. Crosshair, Hero, was it the X670E?
Yeah.
We have some Corsair memory. What else? I think, what is it? The colorful
So for
Neptune?
the Neptune, yeah, it's got a Neptune GPU. So we have 4090 GPU.
Yep.
Stellaris should not really hit the GPU, but
No, it's supposed to be CPU bench. So
yeah. Simulation time bench today. So our number is going to be in seconds. So we want lower is better.
Yep.
The number to beat is going to be 25.8. How about I think it'd be good if you run through some of the installation and like what you do to prep for actually just LN2.
Yeah, so if I don't know if you can see this from the screen, but we have insulation all underneath. We have a heater in here to combat when we go super cold on the CPU. Basically, what happens is you build condensation. The temperature delta enough. Have you ever seen like on a hot day when you got a cold drink and you see like all the water beating up and everything? We get the same thing happening when we're benching CPUs cold, right? So what we want to do is combat any risk of having any water fall on the system. So what we have is we have a bunch of foam underneath, and then we have a heater wedged underneath the socket. So basically underneath the socket you have like a heating pad connected to it, and what it's doing is it's transferring the heat into the motherboard, so that way it combats the cold. When we bring the CPU down in temp, it basically combats it so it doesn't build up too much condensation. Now, just in case if there's any like leaks of air or anything like that, what it will do, we have Vaseline on the bottom. So like the foam, you have basically foam, Vaseline, and then the board. So it's sandwiched to basically do it like an airtight seal. And then on the top, we have Vaseline all through, and then there's a bunch of foam in different spots, basically around going where the CPU is.
We already got the first safety comment. Yes. We've never seen that before.
Yeah. What safety?
We'll
what is safety?
I mean, yeah, here's the thing, and we'll go over this more in a little bit, but I don't know. We covered so much. I'm like tired of doing it.
I know, right?
So, long story short, we don't use gloves because both of us feel like we lose control on the actual thermos, and we're far more likely to spill it on ourselves. In the glove, it will really burn.
Yeah.
And then also, ventilation's no problem. We have a massive space to work in. There's ventilation if we need it. So anyway, you can continue on your spiel.
Yeah. So, but basically what we're going to do is, since we're supercooling, we're using liquid nitrogen to pour it into the pot, right? To bring the temperatures down. So we need to combat any condensation buildup to make sure that there's no shorts on the board. So you'll see like there's paper towels everywhere. I think towards the end when we break down, you'll be able to see a little bit more of it. But basically, it's Vaseline to block any type of water to any risk of shorts. So you have the heater on there. The heater's plugged in. We have basically running off a PCIe. So you'll see this, and the heater's pretty smart. It waits till it gets cold before it does anything. So we're going to keep that plugged in.
And then for other stuff, I don't know if you went over the temperature sensor. Did you already show that?
No, I didn't show the temp sense. So
this is an Elmore KTH.
Yep.
We use a mix of these and some. We have like Fluke ones and Amprobe and some other companies, but I like this one because it plugs in. So this is USB, of course. That plugs into the motherboard, and we're not using it today as a feature, but it can do login and has some level of software usefulness. These are two thermocouples, so I think these are both K-type today. And this one is going into the base of the liquid nitrogen pot.
Yeah, if you look on the pot, so this is a very similar pot. It's from Burning OC. I think he's German, right?
I think so.
Yeah, so I basically have an older version of it. It's very similar in a way. You'll see how it basically has a lot of surface area.
What you're doing. His name might be Pascal. That jumps out to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes great stuff, though.
Oh, yeah, awesome stuff. So basically what we do is we have this probe. We have, what we end up doing is we end up putting thermal paste into the probe hole and then sticking the probe and then taping it around so that way what happens is we can see the temperature delta directly on the pot. This hole goes pretty much into where the center is, so that way when you're sandwiching it down on the CPU, you can get your temperature reading. Because what happens is most of the time the internal package temperature will stop working after a period of time, and we need to know how cold we're getting and how hot we're getting. Yeah. So that way we can make an adjustment with how much liquid nitrogen we're going to end up pouring, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of different types of liquid nitrogen pots. I mean, we were talking about this in the other video, but the concept of like fast versus slow LN2 pots. Yeah. And so, there's a lot of different types. This is
I would say this is more of a slower one compared to. Like you'll see, like what determines like slow versus fast is usually the amount of surface area, right? So this one is probably very similar in size, maybe just a little bit smaller, but this one actually has a lot of how do I say this? More surface area. It's basically more is drilled out in different areas to basically pull, to basically soak in liquid nitrogen. Yeah. So that like the more areas you can like have open can accept the liquid nitrogen.
You can also like torch it to try and get some ice. So.
Yeah, the ice barrier actually helps it to go quicker. But usually I like the faster pots, depending on what you're benching. If you're benching maybe like minus 100 and you have to stay at minus 100, then I would probably go for something more slower, I guess you can say. Right. That's what this pot would be for.
Yeah,
but
and so that's actually a good jumping point here too. So he's talking about like what temperatures you might hit. So for liquid nitrogen, I mean, really your limitation is not going to be the liquid nitrogen. Normally these days, it's going to be the cold bug.
Yeah, depending on the chip and settings, and it depends. Like memory can affect your cold bug too. So
some silicon can go lower than others. Some architectures can go lower than others, and you got to find the barrier where, let's just say it's like a relatively. I'm trying to decide between like low or high, but I guess it's high. Yeah, relatively high cold bug of minus 80 or something, or minus 40. You'd want to run it at like minus 39 or minus 79 in those scenarios.
Yeah, and you want the slowers, like if you have to keep it, because a lot of the times you want to keep it right near that cold bug and you don't want to go over. So on a faster pot, it might be a little bit harder, and it more depends on skill of how like quick you can pour. Because you can see, like even, well, I'm gonna put some, there's the one.
Yeah.
Like you can basically pour like a little bit at a time with a fast pot, and it's gonna move and react. If you look down here, I don't know if you can see, Drew. Basically, see how quick it can go down. So if you have, watch the temperature go down. I just poured a little bit and see how quick it is. So this pot might be a little bit more difficult if we're trying to get like minus 99 C,
Right.
versus this pot at minus 99 C will be easier to manage than this one. But it all depends on your pouring skill, really.
And so we'll jump into some of the first clocks in a minute here, but to give two last sort of examples of this, these are, I'll come on this side, these are GPU pots. So this one is like, it was actually the first one I'd ever used. I want to say
that one?
It might be an EK one.
Yeah, that is the EK one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell by the...
Not being good part.
no, it's just the way it's drilled out.
Yeah, so there's not much surface area in this. That wasn't a dig at EK just because of EK. It was, I mean, it's just
old.
Not that, yeah. It's
You
a
got to
very
figure
old
those
pot.
pots were probably 13, 14 years old, maybe?
Are they really?
Yeah.
So, and then there's this one, which is, I think, also from Burning OC.
Yeah, it's the same one. That's
Yeah.
his GPU pot. I have one as well.
Yeah.
But you can see, like, what's cool about this one, he's got so much surface area in here, so it's made so that you can pretty much pour pretty well.
Right.
That one doesn't have much surface area, I think, is probably the downfall of that pot.
And one of the many reasons that GPU pots are a whole separate beast is because back when SLI or Crossfire was a thing, you also have to be able to fit them next to each other.
Yeah, you always had to have a certain size, so if you wanted to do, like, dual cards, triple cards, you know, 4 cards, like, we don't really have that issue anymore, but those were the good old days. Those were the fun days.
Yeah, we had I guess we'll get some questions in today too. So if any of you want a couple things for as we set up for the first runs here, if any of you want to send in super chats, we're going to try and get to as many as we can. We're probably going to hit most of them at the end of the stream and basically just run through as many as we can do. We'll do some throughout. And then for the actual setup, I mean, we should get a baseline to get started. What do you want to do for that? You want to just 5.0 or defaults or what?
Well, right now I have it set up at, I think it's 1.2 on voltage, and then it's 5 gigahertz flat. So 8 cores, 16 threads, basically all 5 gig.
How do you feel about letting the frequency do whatever it wants and basically running like a stock run? Like, what if we keep it to, say...
you want me to set it back to stock and then
yeah,
do a run,
if you feel like you can do it without major boot issues.
Yeah, the only issue is that when I have to reboot, I have to retrain memory.
Yeah.
And then, do you want memory set as well? Or
Yeah, I think maybe just like... Yeah, we could set memory. I'm thinking stock clocks, and maybe with the LN2, hold it at, let's say, like 40 C pot temperature. Is that going to be too high? Or
no, it should be fine.
Because that'll give us a good baseline.
Ambient's like 22, so
Yeah.
as long as we're a little bit over ambient,
Okay,
it
yeah.
shouldn't matter. But yeah, we can do it. Let me get started on
See
it.
if we can. We've mostly been, for prep, we've been doing actual overclocking, so we'll see how it goes. But I like trying to get a baseline as close to stock as possible just to set.
That way we have a before and after.
Yeah.
It's always good.
Yeah, so it should be pretty fun. I mean, we're both really excited about running an actual game for this. So
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I actually ran a game to really like bench. So I think it makes it more fun.
GTA once.
Yeah. GTA is a lot of fun.
Well, it's even more fun when one person is pouring liquid nitrogen and the other one gets to play.
Yeah. You don't want to be doing it at the same time. Yeah, that'd be a little awkward. All right, let's go.
Can you imagine a Counter-Strike match like that? Like, oh, hold on, everyone. I got to add more on, too.
Yeah, liquid nitrogen. Someone give me the juice. Yeah, let's see. So I'm just going to do optimize defaults, and then, oh, the only thing on there is I got to set fan speed. Oh, not the monitor. Oh, that's right. We did it different. QFan. Let me just get the fan profile.
Max.
Yeah, because I want to make sure it pulls the liquid nitrogen away from the pot. Otherwise, the fumes can get everything else cold and mess everything up. And then, let's see. So everything's stock. Was it
DLCP2
that we're running?
Read them in the bottom left, the one that's just from the sticks, not Asus. I think it's 2. Yeah, 2.
Yeah, I think it's 2. Yeah, okay. And I think that should be it. Why am I thinking there's...
Let me get a... So
Yeah, I think we're
chat, audio, do you want me to boost it or not? I've seen like a couple people saying it's a little low. Most people aren't complaining. So let me know. I can...
says auto, well, that last one.
I've got a little bit of room to punch it up. So if I can get a...
Right, let's...
we need to get the corporate voice out.
the corporate voice?
Yeah, the...
What would you like to do,
Let's
Stephen?
put a pin in that.
Let's put a pin in
Let's
that.
table that for now.
We'll table that for later.
So if we could get we're just looking to query everybody on the current audio levels, and we'll table this discussion for another time once we've determined whether they are acceptable.
Yes, put a pin in it.
It's like the corporate way of saying, I don't want to do any work.
Yeah, no,
Just
we're going to
kick
be
it
lazy.
down for later. Yeah.
That's funny.
Someone says the closed caption's way ahead of the audio. I don't know. That sounds like some kind of conspiracy type stuff you can put together for that. Some kind of aliens thing. All right, pretty much everyone's saying it's fine, so we're going to run with that. Thank you, everybody, for the feedback.
So we're going to put a pin in that?
We're going to put a pin in that, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to train. It takes about 55 seconds for the first boot to go through the memory modules. And
Let me throw this out there for you. Someone earlier said that guy benches at least 350.
I use dumbbells, so technically, it's hard to find large dumbbells to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but
He
yeah,
was
I could
walking around
probably do
with one
350. Yeah,
all day
easily.
yesterday in the office.
That
You
is
were
true.
walking.
That is true. My arms are a little sore today.
He
from
picked
that.
up a 50 and he did the office tour carrying a
I think it was
dumbbell.
a 52.
Oh, was it a
5,
52?
Yeah.
Oh.
You just want to,
The 2.5 is the handle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it.
All right, so we're booting up. We didn't have too many issues with that.
Cool.
Not like yesterday. We had a bunch of issues at this same spot,
Yeah.
I guess you can say.
And then I guess, Andrew, let me know if you need us to tilt or angle that screen at all as we get going.
All right, so I think we're good. Let me just get this set up.
I like this comment. I can turn my volume down, but I can't turn y'all up more. I mean, that's a good point. I will do a very tiny bump.
We're running.
Okay.
We're running.
Very tiny bump. Now everyone's going to be like, oh my God, it's so loud.
It's too much.
You want to rotate it?
Rotate the monitor a little bit.
Uh-oh, I better watch out for that touch button.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that touch button on that monitor is kind of...
There? Towards you? Do you want me to just
There might
turn
be a
it
little bit
completely
glare.
away from Joe so he
Yeah,
can't
that
see
way I
it at
can't
all?
see anything. That's all right. I can actually monitor the temps. All I need to do is see the temps.
Maybe we could set up some unnecessarily elaborate setup with a mirror so you can...
So, like, bounces off.
And then you'll have to learn how... You'll have to turn the mouse upside down.
It'll be like that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the first time I had to do, like, some crazy benching that way. It's been a while, but hey, I'm up for anything.
Let's see. Reps Up 100, good to see you around, says, what should the E be after ARC's Druid? So for anyone who doesn't get the reference, Intel has named their GPU architecture after different like RPG or D&D type things.
Really?
Alchemist, Battle Mage,
Oh, okay,
Celestial,
yeah. Yep.
Druid. What is the E?
So our base is almost 25.
That's actually
Pretty good.
better than stock with water for the...
But that's the memory clock, though. I think.
Yeah. Oh, did you run higher clocks?
Well, no, I just ran XMP, but
Okay.
like from the stock memory. So
Yeah.
it's not really stock memory, right? Like defaults.
Well,
It's basically like XMP or
A couple other things too. It's probably running a little cooler than the water-cooled system we have for baseline. We're also running different memory on this platform than our review platform. So that'll help us get a baseline for this. What do we want to...
You want to try?
You want to just start clocking it?
Why not?
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, now I got to go back into the BIOS and set all my stuff again.
Yeah.
So give it a little bit.
You want to do maybe one Cinebench run would be good too.
Yeah.
What do you want, R23 or R20 or what?
I've just been doing R23 for now.
Yeah.
And let me see what the temp is. 32. That should be fine. Just splash a little bit.
Let's see. So we've got The Whole New World sent in a super chat, $5. Thank you for sending that in. Said, good to see you all streaming again. Got one of your toolkits some time ago and been loving it. Hope Gian and Joe as well. Joe, you've been up to a lot of work lately.
Too much work.
Yeah,
Too much work.
a lot of work.
Solution architect, cloud solution architect.
Yeah, I always.
Exhausting.
I always like mentioning it because I think
Most people don't realize that.
yeah, it's like when you look at Joe, you know, do you think SQL, C#, C++?
Yeah, any type of SAML stuff or anything with a computer, usually no. If you want to throw a computer out of Windows, it's probably more or less like what I usually get. What we got here. So that's pretty good. Oh, that's right, because 5 gig is lower. Yeah, makes sense. So basically 23,321. It's actually going to go down as soon as I set the 5 gig.
So yeah, someone said, actually, I should write some of these numbers down. What do we have for that Stellaris space, like 2488 or something like that, more or less? The Stellaris test you just ran stock.
I think it was 24.9. Was it 24.9?
Andrew's nodding.
Yeah, so I think that's yes.
All right, so we'll do.
We can run it again. Why don't we run it again, just in case?
So I'll write down 360 AIO, that's from the other day. And that was also different memory, so that's a 25.8. And then this is going to be Stellaris.
Yeah, and then write down R23.
Oh yeah, R23, okay.
And that's 23,321.
23,321, okay.
And then
And this is
me
stock, right? Like auto?
auto with XMP on mem,
Okay.
or I forget what AMD calls it.
I'll put it over here. Auto XMP. All right. And then the LN2 was 24.9. So 24.9. And that was also stock. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
stock.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, so we're going to end up rebooting, and you don't need me to run that Stellaris again?
Nah.
Okay. Let me go. It takes a little bit, because what we got to do is I got to retrain memory. So every time I retrain memory, we got to basically wait 50 seconds. So you'll see.
When does Cannibal Corpse leave and overclocking begin? We are probably half of most metal bands right now. Yeah, it's the beard versus hair. What motherboard? That one I can answer. X670E Hero for the board.
Yeah,
so,
crosshair hero, Asus.
yeah, I bought this one a little while ago as a backup, and now we have use for it. So, a couple other super chats. So we got Nick Mosley sent in one, said, been a while since I've tuned in for one of these. Well, it's been a while since there's been one to tune into. So, finally a product that's got me a bit excited again. Have fun. Appreciate the work as always. Yes, the 9800 XTD is, I was really happy about it just because, like, the products that are actually good give us a lot more follow-ups. So it's a lot more fun to keep working on. Bill Alverson just sent in a message. Should I read it? Bill is from AMD. He works in the, well, he does a lot of
What's up,
things,
Bill?
but
How you doing, buddy?
he does the XOC. Bill says, good luck, boys. You know how to reach me. Well, if we have problems, then we'll let you know.
We were reaching out to Bill yesterday.
Yeah.
Saying,
We have some streams with Bill and Amit previously, so if anyone wants
should go check them out.
yeah.
They're always pretty good.
9 Class says, someone point me in the direction of a normal overclock. Can't help you.
This is extreme.
Yeah, maybe as a follow-up. I kind of want to do one as a follow-up.
I mean, most of this is not, I mean...
It's all the same idea.
Yeah, I mean, we up the voltages a lot.
Yeah.
And then for this chip, I mean, it can handle a lot. So even like the safety mechanisms built in, so...
Also with, I mean, with stock overclocking with AMD these days, it's a little different where you might want to do PBO or curve shaper or something instead.
Yeah, like if you want to do it daily, or it's not like, you know... I mean, it's one thing if you just want to run like R23,
Right.
but if you want to use it as a daily game with it, it's a little bit different.
I've had this question a couple times. Sean Weisinger said, is this stock or delidded with liquid metal? That's actually a great question.
Yeah, it is.
So liquid metal you don't want to use for liquid nitrogen.
No.
As the temperature goes below 0, liquid metal basically just becomes an insulator. It's actually worse as you freeze it.
You'll end up killing, well, depending on what you have set, you could kill the CPU. Well,
I mean, yeah, because you're putting a barrier between it and any cooling. So.
Yeah. So you're basically going to make the chip run hot.
Yeah.
Because the cooling, the colder it's going to get, it's just not going to actually work. So you're basically going to see big temps on the CPU,
Yeah.
even though when you see on the pot that it's heavy.
The
it's
thermal
highly cold.
conductivity, if you look up like a thermal conductivity chart for liquid metal, you should see a crossover point at 0 degrees where it actually gets worse. And so yeah, you'd always use paste. As for delidded, that can work well. This is lidded though. This is all kind of normal. So
Just want to do a small run at 52.
yeah. So yeah, let's run over what you're setting here.
Okay. So I guess you can see it. So what we're using is Ryzen Master. We go in here, set profile. What we do is we set up a manual, and then you'll see we want to basically make all the cores the same. You'll have this little button over here that does that. So when I set it on here, you can see, say we went to 53, it sets it on all of them. Instead of going in and clicking on each one, it makes it easier. And then you'll see, really, we're just going to adjust voltage. So I'm going to just keep it at 5.3, go 1.2 volts, and then just click apply. Yep. Gives you a warning that we're going to apply. I'm just going to go over to CPU Z, just kind of give you a little view of what's going on. It takes a little bit, though.
Both of us, I think, so Ryzen Master has become more of the standard, I guess, for working with AMD CPUs.
Yeah, especially in the operating system.
Yeah,
Instead
both of us were, I think we're still kind of getting used to it, right? Like, I mean, I'm so used to working in the BIOS for all this stuff, but Ryzen Master, when it's like working without bugs, is I think faster to use.
Yeah, you need something in the operating system, right?
Yeah.
You can't really. It's hard to. It's really hard to boot into things sometimes. Like you could be totally stable in the OS, but not stable booting.
Right.
So, yeah, there's a give and a take for how much you want to be able to push.
Well,
in.
even before Ryzen Master existed, like with Intel stuff, you were often using these like ASUS secret utilities.
Yeah, all
right?
the small. They were like, well, not so much lightweight. Some were like TurboV, I think, is the one that ASUS usually does, where it's supposed to be like small and lightweight, but sometimes it's not.
Right.
Depending on ASRock's was kind of a little more difficult, but
yeah,
every manufacturer usually has their own, so it's kind of nice to have just one that you can use on every board, right?
You want to get a 5.2 running?
I'm gonna do 5.3.
Okay.
Just because I said it. So you'll see right here that all the clocks are pretty much 5.3. You can tell all cores. Remember, this is an 8-core, 16 threads, so you'll see 8 cores here, 16 threads. We'll just go over the main board again, just so you guys know. It's a Rogue Crosshair X670E Hero. You'll see we're pretty much running one of the newer BIOSes. I think it's the second one, not the newest one, because we were running into issues with memory training.
Yeah, we had some problems with the brand new BIOS.
Yep, and you'll see like we're running basically 32 gig kit, Corsair modules. Basically, it's 2 by 16 gigs. You'll see that we're running the Encore at I think 1 and 2, which is 16 megahertz, but then it doubles it, so it's 3200 on the MEM. So we have a little bit of tight MEM. It's not too crazy. Nothing. Basically, just went down on, on CL just a little bit. Anything else was nothing too crazy. We want to see more how the CPU scales than memory scales, but memory does actually help quite a bit. You'll see like the speed, so you can see the Corsair 6. We're actually using Hynix memory on these sticks, so a lot of the times when you're overclocking, like you're going to want to use different timings depending on the type of sticks you have. So, but yeah, that's it. So maybe let's do a run.
Sure.
All right, let's go and get that ready.
So while you hit go on that.
Well, I got to bring the temps down a little bit.
Oh yeah, what are you going to run it at?
I'm not going to go ambient or go too low now.
So that bottom number, that's the pot temperature. This is ambient. Now, one caveat with this ambient. So ambient, I don't know if is that in your shot. This probe, I don't know if you can focus on it. It's so tiny. Let's do this. How about that major YouTuber trick? Hey, don't learn that in school. So this probe is ambient. Now, we don't need ambient. It's just kind of floating here. So one thing is this radiator right up above it. If the GPU were to start actually getting warm, that ambient probe is going to read higher than the sort of true ambient.
Yeah, because you have the airflow that's changing. Right.
But it doesn't really matter for us today. It's actually also pretty close to the power supply exhaust, so it's not perfect, but it's just kind of there.
Well, it gives you something to, like, the adjustment of how cold we're actually getting versus what it is at the temperature in here. A lot of the times when we stream, we don't usually give the temperature in the room, so I think it's good for that, just alone. But yeah, we're about to run this, so
Sweet.
Just going to probably keep it around 30.
So while you're running this simulation benchmark, I didn't tell you what we're signing today. We are.
Oh no, here we go.
We're gonna do.
I'm scared.
If you buy either of the new, I can't like even say the promo without alerting you to what it is. I'll show you first, and then we'll do the. So this is the new thing we made. It is good.
Usually it's pretty good.
You saw part of it, which was the card.
Oh, now I get it.
So this is the box for a dice set.
Let me see.
And basically, these are e-waste inductors.
Oh,
Take a
wow.
look at that. So we had e-waste inductors that we bought for pretty close to scrap, and then embedded them in these sharp edge resin dice.
Wow, that's pretty cool,
So tabletop gaming dice. And
How cool is that?
the factory was super confused.
I can imagine.
We were telling them we want e-waste, and they were basically like, well, but
That's not usually what we do.
it's not good.
Yeah. Like, why would you do that?
And then the dice factory was confused too.
so
What'd
we
you
got
get?
23,934.
Oh, sick. That's actually great.
Yeah.
Let me write that down. So
23.934.
934.
And that was at 53
Okay.
at 1.2 volts.
53X. Any other special settings? I guess just memory.
Yeah, just memory. So I have memory at about 64.
6400.
Yeah. And I just turn the CL down about 2.
To what, 30?
Yeah, 30, I think 38. Let me double check
Might
again.
be 30, 36.
No, it's, no, it's 30, 38.
Oh,
I
is
tried
it?
36. I'm pretty sure I tried 36 and it was
Okay.
actually slower. Let me
We do
see,
have
let me
we
confirm.
have better memory, but we were having some issues getting it running with everything else.
Yeah, the memory training was, I
No,
tend to be buying those.
That said, X3D, one of the interesting things here is that it doesn't matter as much because the cache is going to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, so you got 30, 38, 38, 36, 38.
Okay,
So
sweet.
TRFC is 38.
And you're at 23,934 is excellent already.
Yeah,
What temperature were you maintaining roughly?
just around 30 C.
Okay,
I wasn't doing anything cold because really, if we're going to get cold, we have to go into LN2 mode.
right.
So, and that's where you're going to be able to do like voltage,
Cool.
higher voltages.
I'll finish the story here and then we'll jump into the next one. So, yeah, the dice factory was very confused too because they contacted us and they're like, hey, your supplier for inductors, they're sending like cosmetic defects. And we're like, yeah, that's
That's the whole point.
That's sort of the point. Yeah, so-
I can see how that could be like confusing because usually
mean,
everybody's like,
yeah, I appreciated it, because they're trying to help, which is it's great that they actually cared.
yeah, these are pretty darn cool.
So we're gonna sign these dice boxes where we have a signed SKU on the site, and basically, if you buy one of those, it will have my signature on it for sure. Andrew has done some with me; those went out over the last week or so. Snowflake, my cat, did some, and
I'd like to see that one.
and then yeah, so. Basically, if you buy during the stream, we might send it out with one of Joe's signature in addition to mine. It's going to be at random as they sort of ship the orders. So we'll just sign probably about 40 of these at the end of this. This is the other one I'll show you, and then we'll get back to the OC.
Oh, you have different models. I
Yeah.
didn't realize. Oh, that's cool.
That's Snowflake, my cat.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even see it. Like, show my old age, but that's so cool. What else do you have? It is all the cat.
Yeah, and then that's where the card came from.
That's pretty. Snowflake's pretty cool.
Yeah. This was this drawing, by the way. My mom did that pencil drawing.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, she's
So.
pretty good.
Anyway, so
I'm
yeah,
impressed.
that's the promo. If you all are interested, it's on store.gamersnexus.net.
That's
It'll
awesome.
Help fund what we're doing today, and buy more tater tots for us.
That's right.
Yep.
We need more tater tots.
Well, I
Need
don't know
more
about
tater in my life.
need,
Yes.
but
Need
could
it for
use.
the, you know.
Yeah. For the forearm biceps.
For the
Yeah.
forearm bars, yeah.
All right, so
You said that.
sweet. Let's get into the next run. So,
Actually, let's go. And I didn't do we'll do R23 real quick.
oh yeah, that'd be good to get a run. I'm gonna get some more nitrogen into this doer.
All right, let's see. How cold are we? We're at 34. Let's go down to about 30. And run.
You just bringing it down, or you running?
No, I'm just going to make sure it's like between 25 and 30.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy. I mean, as long as it's over ambient.
This I could do some of the safety talk. I guess people always ask questions about it. So we were talking about like not wanting to use gloves for what he is doing, which is pouring. I like to use gloves or at least like something to
transfer.
Yeah, create a barrier for transfer. This hose gets really, really hot or cold. Well, cold, but it feels hot really fast. And basically, what happens is, if you that noise will go away in a second. What happens is, if you end up grabbing the hose when it's all frozen over, I mean, it's like anything else that's super cold. It kind of has the same effect of like putting your hand on the stove. It's like burning.
Yeah.
So you don't want that.
Yeah, and if you do get burned, it's kind of like if you got yourself burnt with fire.
Yeah.
Like it literally bubbles up.
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun.
So, so I use it for transfers just because it gets really cold over there. And then you taught me to always, when you start the flow, keep a hand on the hose. And then you do have a story about that.
Yeah, so I used to bench with Gigabyte all the time in the OC lab.
Yeah.
And one time, so we had like 8 or 9 tanks, and we had been benching for like 5 days straight. So we were doing all like world record benches, like just going crazy. And the one time, of course, I went to do it and wasn't really looking. And as soon as I popped open the tank, the transfer hose just literally went out like a snake and basically literally just missed my head and slammed into the big giant OC door.
Which is made of glass.
Which is made of like really thick, monstrous glass, and it just exploded. Like, I mean, when it exploded, it exploded. Like the whole door then fell off, because it exploded, and then it like fell off and just went everywhere.
So like a cartoon, it like
it was
shattered the glass
very
and all
cartoonish.
hung there in the air for a second.
Yeah, not one of my better times, but it was quite
That's a good
interesting.
story.
It is a great story.
Was High Cookie there?
Yeah, everybody was there.
Awesome.
Most of Team AU was there. That was pretty crazy, to be honest.
Yeah. That's so that's why I keep one hand on the transfer hose when I start it.
Yeah, because it depends on the tank. A lot of the times you can get high pressure tanks versus low pressure.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it was. Is there's so much pressure that you need to release a little bit of the pressure before it actually goes out. So
I think ours is at 21 psi. It's like a
yeah. Sometimes
lower.
I don't know what it is with some of the LN2 suppliers, but sometimes they'll throw a high pressure tank by mistake.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like when you have like 9 tanks and you're going through them all. Sometimes they miss one. So just as a good practice, it's always like you want to release the pressure and like hold the transfer before. So I always do that now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the #1 standard.
Well, I mean, it's
for
like
safety.
it's one of the few ways you could actually get hurt pretty bad.
Yeah.
So, there's a couple other quick things here. This is a doer. I think this is a 30 liter. I don't remember anymore, but this is a doer, and this is a transfer hose. Behind me is the actual liquid nitrogen tank. Probably can't see it too well from where Andrew is, but this is a 180 liter tank from just a liquid nitrogen supplier. People always ask about cost. So those tanks, you basically rent the tank if you don't own. So we don't own one, and it's like, I don't know, a couple $100 or something to deliver and pick it up later. Other stuff. So this is just all whatever's evaporating as it fills the doer. And it actually takes a ton more, like it takes forever to fill these because
Well, it depends on how full they are. If you have an empty tank, the temperature differential is going to take a while to soak in.
Equalize.
So you're evapping a lot of liquid nitrogen at first until it gets cold enough where it stops evapping.
Right. So this is starting to fill.
Overflow. Was it close?
Sounds like it. It might just be the hose freezing over. The last thing, I guess, last two things we can talk about for this setup is the air. So it's nitrogen. There's a lot of nitrogen in the atmosphere. It's like, I don't know, it's like 70 or 80% or something. But so the things that matter for this, it'll displace oxygen as far as I understand. And you just want to either be in a huge open room, ideally with ventilation, and so never a problem for us.
We've had that issue too in the Gigabyte room.
You
so
have,
yeah,
yeah.
Imagine like the room is pretty much like this
I'm
side of this lab
Gigabyte
over
loves
there.
you telling this story.
Yeah, whatever.
Some
like at this point. But there was like nine different tanks in there as well. So we actually had that problem. What happens is the oxygen gets sucked out of the room, and then you start like, kind of just losing kind of.
I mean, it could like kill people. So
Yeah.
that is actually, for us, it's not an issue. We've always
There's
done
still
this.
very good ventilation, but
Yeah.
there's also a little trick that you can do. Where's the torch?
Oh yeah.
So one of the tricks we do, like if you are in a smaller room and you want to kind of keep an eye on what you're doing, what you can do is just, if that's
Now,
lighting.
I did scare. It was either you or Bill once, because one of you guys.
Bill.
I think it was you. I think
It
you
was
went to
right.
do this demo, and I locked the safety on that, and so no flame came out. And you're like, uh-oh.
Oh yeah. No, I do remember
Yeah.
that now. Yeah, because if you can see that it's lighting up, that means there's good ventilation. Because if there's no oxygen, you're not going to be able to light
Right.
the torch. So that's kind of the trick. So if you're like feeling like you might be in a predicament where you're having a problem, you can just light the torch.
Well, the first thing you should do is leave the room if you think there's a problem. And also
Well,
there are
yeah.
O2 sensors and all this stuff. And I mean, for me, it's just like large room only and ventilation.
It's really better.
Yeah.
You're better off, obviously, doing it in a large room. You don't
Yeah.
want to be. You got to take it seriously,
Right.
to a point.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did a R23 run, but it's
Okay.
actually lower, which is kind of almost expected in a way.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it's gonna boost. Well, I ran it twice, so I did one was like 22,500, and the other one was 22,600. So we lost like 400 to 600 points,
Okay.
which is probably related to PBO going up
Sometimes.
usually. So, which is okay. We're
I
only
mean,
at
there's just-
5.3. We're gonna be pushing it a lot more.
There's a lot of variance in that test, so.
Yeah, you can run that test multiple times, and it could be within 200-300 points easily. Probably even more sometimes. But since we locked all the clocks, it's not going to like boost or do anything. So we're locking everything down. So that's okay. Not a big deal. We're at least gaining in Stellaris.
Yeah.
So
We might want to consider the ratio. I don't know if you're running 1-to-1 still, or if when you change the memory. Okay.
no. When I changed the memory, that's why I wanted 2-2, because usually on
2-1.
the 2-1 basically will give you a better experience on liquid nitrogen
Okay.
compared to the other one. Usually when you start doing 1-to-1, then you run into the issues with cold bug. So
Okay.
we haven't had that much
Yeah.
time to play.
We'll
so
see. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. That might not even be the case anymore.
Yeah, and remember
Usually-
too, I want to set expectations here.
Yeah.
He and I have not done LN2 on the AMD platform in quite a while. I mean, I was
Been
on
like 2
stream.
years.
Yeah, I was on stream with Bill and Amit. They did Threadripper. I think they did the 7950, but Threadripper's not. I was not in control of that. Like they were doing the overclocking. So
Yeah.
So anyway,
That
just to
doesn't
set
count.
the set the expectation. We're out of practice, but we were having fun.
For a little bit.
Having fun.
We're getting there, though.
Yeah.
We're getting there. So yeah, what I'm going to do is probably going to, do you want to start just going cold?
Yeah.
Because what we're going to have to do to go cold, right now we're running pretty much ambient, above ambient. So what we're going to do is go into LN2 mode. So LN2 mode, you need to run pretty much at like -20, -30. There's some safety mechs where you can't go up to high voltage when you do that. So we need to make sure that we can be able to do that.
Basically,
So-
if you get too warm, it won't permit you to keep raising the voltage.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
Which is intended to keep the processor safe.
Yep.
So.
So what I'll do is I'm going to start bringing it down temp. What we'll do is we'll probably go down to -20, -50, anywhere in between.
I like this comment. Aaron Mann says, their heads are the same upside down.
That would be interesting.
I mean, one of the first streams we did, you said, what are you talking about? You basically got a beard growing from your head.
Yeah, you got a beard head. All right, let's get it a little colder.
So I'll get you some more LN2.
I feel like my beard's getting longer and your hair's getting longer.
That is true.
Been 2 years and my beard's like crazy long and your hair's look crazy long.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny actually. I was gonna cut it too, take a couple inches off, but what fun is that? All right.
Well, you got to
so-
represent first.
That's right. All right, so we're gonna shut down, and then what we're gonna do is basically there's an LN2 jumper. I'm just gonna shut it off. These are always pretty hard to do.
If you're you should hold up that jumper just to show what it looks like. I mean, most people probably know, but.
Well, I don't know if you can come over here because it's on the other side.
Oh, I just mean the actual thing you're gonna lift
Oh,
off.
the little jumper.
Actually, no. I guess a lot of people probably haven't used those. It's
Yeah,
been-
you'd be surprised. So it's just
Yeah.
a little short point, right? So by moving it from one side to the other, basically what it's going to do is it's going to enable LN2 mode. And LN2 mode is going to give us the ability to go colder and with higher voltages.
Let me do, wait. I want to do the PMD.
Oh, yeah, before it gets too cold. Yeah, so we want to be able to see, well, you can go ahead and do it.
Yeah, so this is an Elmore PMD, power measurement device. That's supposed to say CPU efficiency. It does not. So Joe and I were talking about, CPV.
Yeah, all the different things that could mean.
Sounds like something you'd be diagnosed with. Yeah. I don't know. So, anyway,
maybe leave it
it's
at that.
supposed to say CPU.
Yeah.
And we're going to use that as an interposer here. This is not the one I normally use for the actual reviews process. We have some calibrated ones, but I think it should be fine.
Well, we were using it yesterday a little bit. And
it looked normal.
And it looked normal. Yeah. It looked correct.
So that's how that hooks up. This is coming from the power supply. So that's going in. Let me just make sure I'm reading it. So yeah, I don't know if you can see that in there from PSU, that tiny text. You will see that?
Looks like it's coming up.
Nice. So that's obviously from the power supply. This is going to the system. We have these, just EPS cables. Hook those up to the system. There's a little screen on it. I mean, we use this with software, but the screen's great for stuff like this because it'll let us read the actual result for the power into the EPS 12-volt cables. This is
It can also help you during the run, too, like if it's running properly.
That's true.
That's one of the most beneficials. Back in the day, like with certain AMD cards, they used a black screen.
Yeah.
But one of the secrets to kind of going through it was to actually see what the power is draining from it to see if it's actually running.
One of the things I remember doing in all the RIP-J competitions early on was, let's see if I can do something clever here, was, that might be readable from camera, we'll see. Yeah. So one of the things I found early on was for like Time Spy, you could kind of monitor the power, because Time Spy is like a long benchmark, right?
Yeah,
Time Spy
it takes a while, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of pouring management because you get the loading screens in between, so you don't want to like chill it too much. So you can monitor the power and try to figure out, okay, when is it like really pulling from the GPU or the CPU, and helps you figure out. I think you've probably done this too, where you like make a ton of profiles for the GPU and you load them at different points in the benchmark.
Yeah. No, that's one of those secrets where you can basically change up the clocks, and then in certain ones that doesn't need to be as high, so then you can drop the clocks a little bit to be able to get
stability.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, that's the kind of
that's the stuff that I miss with the GPU stuff, is kind of going in that much detail for
you can still
each.
do it.
You can, yeah, it's true. Just need to get a good card.
Yeah.
The problem is going through.
Should be one soon in theory. It's just a question of are we going to get like XOC BIOSes?
That's always the tough part.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still fun without it, but you kind of get limited in those aspects.
Yeah. Let's see, how's the stream?
Okay, there we go. Finally training. I forgot when you switch it to LN2 mode, you got to go retrain.
Yeah.
And retraining means it's going through basically the modules and making sure everything's good. Or not.
Let me catch up on some chat here. Oh, it's always funny when people point this out. Leaving the, this is a meme I like created years ago doing this by accident, like created the meme by accident. Walking away, leaving that open.
Yeah, how many times have we heard that?
Yeah.
Okay, it is booming.
It's fun. It's like the amount of people.
Everybody always does that.
It's,
All right, so now we're at about minus 25. And I'm just going to do like a stability run like we did at 5.3 just to see what's going on.
Sure.
Just to make sure everything's good and healthy. Because a lot of times you never know. When you get cold, sometimes a lot of different things happen that make life harder.
I should address this one's kind of a silly comment too. So this testing's pointless. Test 1080 versus 4K. Stellaris at 1080 and 4K will produce the same result because it's a CPU simulation benchmark. So we've actually done that test, and the simulation time is the same for both because it remains a CPU bottleneck. So you're already 100% CPU loaded. It's not going to change if the GPU doesn't pull some of that at 4K, which in this game it won't. Which is also part of why we're using it, because it is a real world like CPU benchmark, but also we don't have to worry about a GPU limit capping. I mean, at some point it will, but probably RAM will first.
Yeah, because you want to kind of separate them. A lot of the times, most people get confused because it might be a CPU issue versus a GPU issue.
Yeah,
Depending on the architecture, you know,
Right.
or chip, you know.
Put an ice cube in the res. I love it, man. I love seeing the memes that
That they come up with, the fans come up with.
like
Crazy.
yeah that one, ice cube in the res. I mean, Andrew, that we shot that stream at the house.
Oh, that was years ago.
That
right?
would have been 2017 or 18 maybe.
I think that's when I first started watching it.
Yeah.
It was around then.
Well, that's when we worked together on that Intel launch.
Yeah,
That's right. I think I met you at that Intel event, and then
yeah. 9900K.
yeah.
We did in the World Trade Center.
Yeah, that's right.
23836.
23836.
It's-
That has been proved.
It actually improved just from cold.
That's it. You didn't change clocks.
No, it's 5.3, same everything.
Well, that's promising, right?
Yeah, so cold is actually helping quite a bit.
What was your pot temperature?
I think about minus 30.
It was minus 30
Yeah.
last time. I mean.
No, it wasn't. Last time was this time was minus 30. The other one was plus 30.
Oh, you're at plus 30.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay.
top one was plus 30.
Okay.
Because remember, we just put in the LN2 mode. So
Oh
then
yeah.
to get cold.
Yeah. Okay. So you're at minus 30 here.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up going to minus 50, but I want to start doing some.
And then you're at
clockage.
53x.
Yep, 53, 1.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the
53.
same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. I didn't change anything else. It's just I wanted to do because when you do enable an LN2 jumper, there's a bunch of voltages behind the scenes that might be changing. So I want to make sure that it's all stable and make sure it's running. Chicken clocking, if you want to call it. Old tin joke.
Chicken clocking. Yeah.
Chicken clocking. All right. So, but yeah, let's start going up and chicken clock a little bit more. We'll go up to 54. Actually, do we? Oh no. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. 54.
Let's see. What speeds are we getting so far? So you're at 54x now. So 5.4 gigahertz.
Yeah,
all
5 core. All core.
And hyper-threading, right?
Yeah, HDON basically. So 8 cores, 16 threads.
Right.
What we'll have to try is without maybe threads at some point when we find the max of the cores to see how much the scaling is different.
Right, yeah. So let's see. I'll hit some of these super chats here. Where did we leave off? I might not get every single one today. We'll do our best. Let's see.
Totally is. Hey, buddy. Long time.
Someone you know?
Yeah, from Computex all the
Oh,
time.
cool. Yeah.
Tullius is a good guy.
We have a Hardball fan, I guess how you say it, $5. And he sent that in. Said, would you be up for talking about random D&D stuff with Pirate Software Thor on his stream? I haven't actually met him or talked to him before, I don't think, but I am aware of the streams. I didn't know he was into D&D though.
23.44.
23.44?
Yeah.
That's a big improvement.
Yeah, it's about minus 45. And then 5.4 on the multi.
5.4, okay. Same voltage?
Yeah, same voltage.
That's good too. Minus 45.
Yeah. I'm just trying to just get it colder and colder. Slowly. See what it does.
It's going to be a quiz at the end, by the way, so make sure you're taking notes.
Right? All right, so let's go back to Ryzen Master, and then let's see if 55 will work. Same voltage. It might need a little bit more voltage, but let's see. And we'll keep it. We'll start going down maybe like minus 50 a little bit.
Oh, Vitaly messaged me a little bit ago. I missed it. He said the audio on the stream was a little on the quiet side at that time.
Of course.
Although he is using earbuds, I think. But I've boosted it very slightly more. We'll just keep moving at like 2% at a time. Eventually, we'll find a middle
The
ground.
sweet
where,
spot.
Yeah, absolutely everybody will be happy. World hunger solved. World peace achieved.
Everybody will have a beard.
Everyone will have a beard.
May you be hairy. Oh, man.
So what are you at now? 54 still?
I think so. No, I think I jumped up one multi. I think I'm 55.
Oh, wow. Okay.
55 at minus 50. I'm just stepping up one at a time. That way we can see like the scaling of how much a CPU multi will go, you know, based upon score.
Like this one's calling me out. You promised to add the Intel meme to the ILM video, and you forgot. You are right. And we will add it to one of the upcoming videos.
23232.
That's the Thanks Steve meme. 23232?
Yeah, and that's a 54 multi, and then like minus 50.
That's 54 still? That's good.
No, it's 55.
55, okay.
Yeah.
And what did you say was the pot temp?
Minus 50.
Okay. Still 1.2? 1.2?
Yeah. No voltage change. I was thinking that it might need more.
I want to play around with trying to go 1-to-1 at just like, even if it's just DDR5 6000, just to see. But
What, if it's cold? We have cold issues?
Well, yeah, but also to see if the scores improve.
Oh, okay.
Because they should, in theory. A lot of the time in our testing, we've seen better results with slightly lower frequency at 1.1, but yeah, it's going to be a cold issue, I guess. We'll see. It'll be a good test.
I'm curious if this is going to run.
There's a good question for you. This was a super chat as well. I'm going to go with Jurgis asked, what are the gigahertz expectations? Der Bauer did 5.6, 1.25 volt all core.
Well, we're doing 5.6 right now.
Yeah, and he was with a D-lid and liquid metal, so he was on water.
Yeah, but it's water. You get a lot more cold scaling, so I would expect to be over 6 gig. I mean, you could. Yeah. It really depends on the load.
You're more optimistic than I am. I'd be happy to hit like 5.9 or something.
Well, I think we can hit 6 gig. We might be able to, well, I don't know. I have a feeling like if we turn off some stuff, that we might be able to get higher.
Between the two of us, we maybe have one achievable score.
What are you saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just observing.
Just observing.
Yeah.
All right. So about still minus 50. We're at 56.
Let's see, we got
okay, 22,656.
22,656. Okay.
So that 56.
That's huge drop, like just overall. I mean, 656.
Yeah, and that's 56 multi, and then the same about minus 50 degrees.
Same voltage.
Yeah.
Let me do some quick math on this. So we could, couple options here. So for chat, our options are, I can either just do a % reduction in simulation time required, or we can convert it into simulations per hour so that bigger bar better and do % increase in performance for simulations per hour. Those are our options. I'm going to do % time reduction because it's a little faster, but the number will be smaller. 25.8 to 22. So we're at 22,656. So that's so far, that's a reduction in time requirement from the AIO test of 12.2%. Lower time required.
Did we fail? Nope, still good.
So if we do,
I think we have a decent mount.
it seems like it. We do this times 60. That's 139 simulations per hour. 60.
So one of the things you could do is you tell over here if it's running or not. There was some, when you start benching, you start figuring out, okay, how do I know that it's still running? One of the ways is doing by temperature, but then you can also look at the screen in certain areas.
Yeah. So the simulations per hour, if anyone cares about that, I saw someone say do real world, convert to real world. This is all real world.
This is real world.
It's a video game.
This is actually less. So 22.7.
Okay, what was that? The
57.
Same?
No, it might be that we need to push more voltage.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times when you don't push the voltage, you kind of get it like a, less of a score. Like it hurts performance sometimes.
Still minus 50, minus 60, or what?
Yeah, but minus 50, minus 55, similar.
So yeah, sometimes there's some. That's the interesting thing with OC, right? Is like you'll type. GP is a great example of this. Where Vince taught me this. You type in like plus 1,000 on the memory or whatever back in the day, and it might be worse than plus 600 or something.
Yeah, yeah. There's always like what did we used to call that? That it was
memory straps.
Yeah, but there was another term we used to use that. Oh man, it was almost it's basically memory straps, but it's like there's a certain delta. Like if you used like a certain, like every 30 megahertz or something like that, like you can't just go plus 25 each time. You had to go a specific like plus 33 or something like that.
Or something,
yeah, it's basically a certain strap where it's more efficient at a certain clock.
You hit these like black holes too, where it's just like
yeah. Then you got to go like up a certain amount. Yeah, that's what GPU clocking made it interesting, where you'd have to try to find that black hole or how to get past that black hole.
Yeah. Someone says no. This is a fake world. Look, don't take this from me, okay? This is the escape.
Escape from reality.
The final frontier. Space. These are the overclocking voyages of the Starship Bearder Prize.
Bearder Prize?
Yeah. It's the best I got.
It's very hairy.
So far, sims per hour increase. If anyone wanted that math, it's like about 14%.
Okay, see, so now it's better, right? So all I did was I kept 5.7, but now we're at 22.521.
Okay.
So basically, the voltage was at 1.25.
22.521?
Yeah.
And you're at 57.
57, but 1.25 volts. So it needed the volts to get the extra performance. And then it's minus 55.
Okay.
So that's pretty good.
How are you feeling about the pores? I mean,
It's pretty easy, to be honest.
Okay.
With this pot, because it's so fast, I can just drop a little bit and it will go. If it was a slower pot, I'd have to use more liquid nitrogen.
Right.
So, but I think as we get colder, that we're going to have to try to figure out like certain things. I think what we'll do is we'll start doing this. And then what we'll do is jump up a little bit more.
Did they do binning prior or just a random chip? We did not do binning.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of access to CPUs or time.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult.
This is a random chip, yeah. This was actually it's basically just one of the production run samples as far as I understand it, so. Pretty close to retail, if not retail. Let's see. So,
I'm going to start going down to like minus 75.
Let's see what kind of comments we got. I was looking for one. We had some. Oh, this is a good question. Are you aiming for a peak frequency or a best score? Do you have either in mind?
Well, I want to try to hit under 19 seconds.
I know
or under 20 seconds.
You keep saying that. He was saying that before the stream too.
I think it's possible.
I don't think we can do it.
I think it's possible.
I would.
If you're going to bench, you got to have some type of goal to be able to achieve.
You know, in life, Joe, we should try to set achievable goals so that we don't disappoint ourselves.
Yes. No. That's not how it works. So, like, if you're going to do something, you might as well do it right. So you might as well like set the set the record high. Level high. That's what it is.
So you want to hit under 20? I'd be happy if we can get under like 21 seconds on this.
No, under 20.
22 and a half.
So 21.915.
All right,
and
that's shot. Why don't you just calm down?
That's 58. So 21.915.
1.5.
I'm not going to let Steve ruin it for me.
57 or what?
No, 58.
58 already?
58 at 1.25.
What about temp?
Temp, minus 75. That was one of the big changes. Yeah, so 5.8, 1.25 still.
Okay.
Now we're going to go right up to 59. I have a feeling we'll be over 6 gig.
I read a couple of these. I'll pick a couple random orders to shout out here too. So
let me get the temp a little bit colder so that we're minus 75.
Got an order from Jose going to, it looks like Switzerland. Ordered a dice set, Snowflake dice set, thank you. I'll shout a couple others here.
Minus 72.
Order from, I'm going to do my best on your name. Netherlands.
I've been there.
I don't speak any
Great
languages that help me here. Bartos, we're going to go with. Ordered a bunch of stuff over
Sounds good enough.
to the Netherlands. I'm doing my best. Sorry. Sorry in advance. Jen and Dr. Dice ordered on that. Thank you. And then we got Thomas in San Diego ordered an inductor set as well. I'm just going to shout a couple of these out. So anyway, throughout the stream, anyone ordering during the stream, I got to tell my distributor this after, but any of the signed dice that are ordered, there's a chance Joe's signature is mixed in. I've got about 40 he's going to sign while he's here. You'll definitely get one with my signature if you order a signed SKU. And that follows up the ones Andrew and I did last week. So
I'm so curious to see this run. So I'm 75, but 5.9.
it's It's looking alive. You can see it up here.
I don't know if it's enough voltage though. That's the thing. I feel like it's gonna.
Oh, it made it. What's your result?
21924.
That's a little worse.
Yeah, so that means
That
voltage.
That might be error too, though. I mean, that's pretty close. So.
Well, I did.
All
What
right.
I'm finding is if I bump it up to 1.3 and keep it at the same. So remember, you're a 5.9. So I think if I run it at 1.3, I think it's going to be more stable, and then
That
it
was
will.
125 minus 75.
Yep.
Where do you think you're gonna cold bug?
I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest. I never tested the cold bug, so we're going to find out on stream probably. I'm just going to jump it up to 1.3.
Then we'll get to get the torch out. That's where the fun starts.
Ooh, torch.
Yeah.
Fire.
Like how torch became torture.
Torture. I know, right?
It's like-
that was unintentional, but it kind of worked. If you know what I'm saying? It worked out. You're welcome.
Let me save you a little bit here. When we talk about torture in this type of scenario, we're referring to torture testing.
Yes. Yeah. Or torturing.
That's
me.
why he was excited.
When you're in OC, you got to be used to torture.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
Because it is torture
lot of
sometimes.
patience,
Yeah,
yeah.
you have to have a lot of patience and troubleshooting skills.
I really like it though. I mean, like the RipJ stuff we did years ago, it was some of the most fun I had with computers because,
You should do that again.
yeah, he would be down for sure. It's definitely a lot of patience, but the fun part is, well, I mean, first of all, like you can just chill and listen to music or watch videos or whatever while you're dealing with constant crashes. So.
Yeah. Everybody has their own rhythm. I know a lot of people that used to like listen to a lot like music and, just enjoy it.
You probably lifted weights or something, I'm assuming, while benching.
Well, I would lift doers at the same time, just because, depending on what you benching GPU, I would have to pour so quick that that was the workout.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 21.81. So yeah, it was exactly like I said. So 21.819.
Okay.
Let's see.
You going to try and write? Oh, who taught you how to do that?
What?
The writing. Where'd you learn how to do that?
I don't know how to write. I don't know how to read either. Actually, I messed
Only
up
know
already.
how to
I
overclock.
messed up already. See, I can't write or read. Thanks, Steve.
So 21. Thanks, Steve. We got it. We got the meme.
Yeah. There we go.
21.819.
Taking over your job, Steve. All right, let's get back to it.
Before there was AI taking my job, there was Joe Stepanzi.
That's right. It wouldn't be the first time. Let's see. So we're going to go up. I want to try to run the magical 6 gig. And yes, it is magical. I don't know. We might be running into some voltage limitations.
Do we have any questions from chat about
Meaning of life?
that? We can't help.
It's all about beards. That's what it is.
Any
That and
questions?
42.
Yeah, that's right.
Clean
Related
this
to
off
like
one.
liquid nitrogen overclocking setup, anything like that, I'd be happy to. We'll take them just because we don't do these too often. So if you're just curious about how any of the stuff works,
Yeah.
or I saw one we'll take now, but there's one much earlier that we've gotten before, and the user was asking, could you build basically like a plexi or some kind of dome to try and stop the
Condensation?
yeah.
Yeah, you can. I think Elmore did it over at
Oh, that's
Computex.
right, he did.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think he did a newer version this year, too.
We might have shown that in our video.
Yeah, I
There's
think we did.
If you go look up GN Extras, he and I did a video a year or two ago.
Yeah, because what they end up doing is using the LN2 vapor
Yeah.
to take out the oxygen.
Right.
So, basically what it says, you're taking out the ability to have condensation. You still get condensation
Well,
on
he's
the
also
outside.
keeping the entire thing like the entire local atmosphere, I guess you want to call it. Was
Yeah,
the
we
same
did
temperature.
it with there was another overclocking. I forget what the name of the system was, but some years ago we had a setup like that. Not to ruin anything on Elmore's,
Yeah.
but we did that very similar.
Yeah.
Because you can just basically use the vapor, and as long as you have vapor in there, it will basically take out, all the condensation. So 21.451 at 6 gig.
That's
21.451.
This is like crazy gains. We should let me do
20,
some math on this in a
4,
second. 5.1.
Yeah. Then
Minus-
minus 75.
Okay.
And then 6 gig at 1.3.
Wow. All right. Sick. Very
See,
good.
you didn't even think you didn't even think we were gonna get 6 gigahertz.
Can I get you to hold for a second on or run Cinebench or go Cinebench yourself for a minute while I
Go
do some math
Cinebench
here.
yourself. I
You're
like
going
that.
too quick. I need to do the math. So let's just do reduction. This is faster for me to run the calculation on that.
I can't read, but I can do the math.
So from AIO,
Let's see, I don't know.
is that right? 17% almost? Oh. I just do that again. All right, so reduction in time required is about 16.9%.
No, I didn't like that.
Cinebench, then it's probably, yeah, it's a little sensitive.
Well, it's probably, the voltage is probably not enough. We're at like, I think it was at 1.3. Yeah, 1.3.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Okay.
yeah, so it's kind of,
So you got a lot more room in the gaming application.
well, we have a lot more voltage we can push.
Let me do it quick. So if we do 60, is this 60 divided by
I'm just curious if it'll boot at minus 70.
60? So it's a 139.5 cents per hour versus.
I think since we're not memory training, we should be good. We're good? I can usually tell by the postcode.
So.
Let's see.
So I'm going to do some rounding on these numbers, but it's approximately the improvement. Just to give everyone some perspective on this. If you want to do it as improvement, so we convert it bigger bar better, convert it to sims per hour. I'll do this like pretty quickly, so hopefully this is all right. But it's about 20.3% uplift in simulations per hour with a little bit of rounding in there. So that's crazy. Like overclock gains of 20-ish% is very good.
We're not done.
That's
Under 20!
This is cool because it's an actual game.
Yeah, it's actual, like, real world.
Yeah. That's awesome.
All right. Oh, yeah, I got to type it in. There. Yeah, I'm going to just run 6 gig with, I think, what did they say?
This is a good
135.
question. We might not be able to give a precise answer on this, but you can give some context. Kevin in chat says, how high can you get the voltage before it goes poof and all the magic smoke comes out? So there's some caveats to that. But
Well, I've heard there's like LN2 mode, you can pretty much do a good amount of voltage, but there's a lot of protection mechanisms in it. So if LN2 mode's off, I think it limits you.
it should.
Yeah, to like 1.5.
Now, you can still cause damage, but it should limit you.
What I've heard, though, they're pretty beastly. So there hasn't been, I don't know.
I know.
There's a lot of protections.
I know of a reviewer. I don't know if this the reviewer has stated this publicly. So I know a reviewer who punched in. I think in the BIOS, if you type in some crazy number, you miss the decimal, it'll just hit like the max value, right? And I know someone who killed the chip like instantly doing that. So they probably rounded to like 2.
I think we're getting too cold. 135. Let's try it again.
Let's see.
I was trying to run it like minus 80, but it seems to be flaking out a little bit. Let's see.
So anyway, for liquid nitrogen, it's a lot different from not liquid nitrogen. So if you definitely shouldn't copy any LN2 voltages you see ever, unless you're also doing LN2.
Yeah, you got to be very sub-ambient, you know. I mean, you could use certain things like, you know, single stage phase, stuff like that. Or if you had a cascade, I mean, those are kind of like...
out of style.
Well, they're expensive.
Yeah.
Like, there's some guys that still run it, but it's kind of pointless because you can only get it down to like minus like 30 to minus 50, depending on load. And then that might not even be the where you're going to break out.
Yeah.
So cascade, you used to use about minus 120, but again, depending on the load that it's fighting,
Right.
you know, that's why liquid nitrogen, I mean, you could pour, and it's the better way in the, you know, what everybody uses for records and stuff, because
What do we?
it's the most efficient way to cool.
What are you at right now?
6 gig. It's just I was raising the voltage and then getting colder.
Okay.
So I'm at like minus 90 right now.
21414. Have you
Yeah.
ready?
Yeah. So just go 6 gig.
So that is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Cool.
414. It's the
Okay.
same clocks, so it's just more voltage. I'm trying to see what the voltages are.
Minus 75 still, or did you go
Minus
down?
90.
Oh wow, minus 90.
Minus 90 and 1.35.
And then you're at 6.
6 gig.
Okay.
1.35. I'm trying to find the the right zone for the voltage, because if you notice, the performance depends on the right voltage at the right clock.
Yeah.
So you can go low, but you're going to lose performance. So there's like a more of an efficiency, like that memory straps we were talking about.
Right.
You want to have the perfect amount of voltage for the clock.
People keep asking this, is the CPU delidded? No, it is a
Nope.
lidded CPU.
No, it was basically like how you pull it out of the package.
Yeah,
we didn't
it actually
go into
literally,
we
when you
literally
got
pulled
here,
it out of the package. So I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
All right, let's start going over 6 gig now since we're at the 6 gig mark. It might be a little bit too much for...
I'll shout out a couple more store orders too. So on store.gamersnexus.net, those of you who want to support us and get something cool in return, we have our new dice sets, tabletop gaming and D&D or Magic type dice. Got 7 dice in it. Thank you.
They're really cool, actually.
And
then you have the other ones.
The inductor,
it failed.
I like a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, the inductor is really cool. Like you can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but it's pretty dope.
So there's the e-waste inductors, and then the other one's the snowflake set. Comes with 7 dice. The full dice box that pulls apart into 3 different pieces, including an integrated roll tray here that's fabric lined, and then it also comes with a card. Either actually it has an RNG table too for encounters and treasure and stuff that I've written. But Andrew behind the camera did the goblin card. That is
the cards are pretty awesome. Like when you see them in person, they're pretty amazing. Like he did a really good job with it.
So what we need is a bearded hardware trading card.
That's right. You needed something with a beard on it. I don't know if we failed. What is going on here? Looks like we failed. Yeah, we're done. I don't know if it's a cold. We had a cold issue. Let's see.
And we had an order from Trevor, actually going local. That's cool. So Trevor picked one up. Inductor set. Thank you, Trevor. I'll read 2 more while you're rebooting here. Got one from Alex going to Deutschland. Picked up a bunch of things, including the dice sets. And let's do one more here, shout out. One from Scott going to the UK. Look at that. We have so many geographies represented. It's perfect. Our actual distribution.
You gotta start giving classes. You know?
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna draw a world map, and we're gonna see if I can get every country.
Well, just read it. I make sure it's good.
We're about I think it's almost 60% non-U.S. based viewers.
Really?
The breakdown's how you'd expect otherwise, though. Yeah, it's U.S., Canada, U.K., all the English-speaking. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Makes sense.
Germany's way up there, though. That's got to be Roman pulling the.
German card?
He's pulling in the German viewership for us, all those videos we do with him. We're actually going to be visiting Roman soon. So Der Bauer, for those who don't know, has a factory in Germany. And so we're going to be visiting Roman, a.k.a. Der Bauer, to check out his thermal paste factory.
Nice.
He
should have gave you thermopaste then.
That's right. There's
Roman.
probably Cryonaut Extreme around here somewhere.
He's slacking. All right, let me see. I don't know if we're reaching a cold issue.
Having trouble booting?
No, it's actually, I don't know. You know what it is? I forgot to set clocks. That's what it was. So it might be.
Was the performance low?
No, I didn't even go. Like, so I'm wondering what's going on. So let's see. So we'll go to 6.1, 1.4. Like we're at stock, and I accidentally kicked it off at stock, so it's
okay, gotcha.
I don't know what it was doing.
What is your on the thermal paste
Nope.
topic? Did it freeze up again?
Yeah. I don't know if it likes something with the 6.1 or the 1.4.
Maybe heat it up and liquefy the mount or something.
That might not be a bad idea. Let me just see.
We can talk. That's a good transition too. Do you have a preferred thermal paste for LN2?
Something that's not. You don't want to use anything for water or anything like that. I think there's some new stuff that like Splavos he put out that is supposed to be pretty good. Then there's certain ones like KP. I haven't used it myself, so.
He's slacking. He hasn't sent you any.
No, he's definitely slacking.
Splav 1 high performance paste. I have not seen this. I don't think.
No, the temp looks pretty good actually. I don't know if we're running into some weirdness. Let's try to do it again. We'll do like a 6 gig run like we did last time to see if we're there. Maybe it's just too cold, so we might have to start working up,
So how about paste cracking? That's another related topic.
That could be too. So I just checked in the BIOS. A lot of the times when you do it, the BIOS only goes down to minus 11C. So it's kind of hard to see. Oh, this looks like memory. Is the memory cold? Yeah. So what I was looking in the BIOS, a lot of the times you can see that it has positive temps. So it looked pretty good actually. So, but we might end up just heating it up. The problem with heating it up is you see how much ice is around here.
Toolius Tech says try 1.43 for 6.1.
No, that could be it. It could be not enough voltage as well.
That might be worth trying.
Toolius, I think, builds like crazy servers.
Oh, really?
India. Yeah.
Cool.
Some cool stuff.
Server is not something I know a ton about. I know through exposure. We work with Wendell a lot, and he does a ton with servers.
Yeah, let's go. We'll try 145 because we might be.
Bill in chat, Alverson.
Put at
AMD.
1.5 probably. What?
No, he didn't give a voltage. He's not helping you. He said he likes the splave thermal paste. He says top performer. So maybe we should maybe I'll buy some to try out next time.
Not liking it, but we're only a minus.
Is this a thing on YouTube now?
What's that?
You can see how incompetent of a streamer I am because we do uploaded videos. I guess gifted. I know gifted subs.
Gift?
Yeah, I know it's a thing on Twitch. I didn't know it was a thing on YouTube. I've seen. Wait, I've practiced for this. I've watched Twitch streamers. I've never had to deal with gifted memberships before. Let me just reference back in my mind. And the Prestige Edition. Thank you so much for the 50 gifteds. Did I do a good job? Is that's what
the
it is?
gifteds,
That's the
yeah.
colloquialism, right?
That's funny.
I think that's how you do it. Maybe it's a regional thing. I don't know. That's what I picked up.
It is pretty funny when you see on Twitter.
I've never had to say those words before.
All right, I'm going to jump down to where I was because we're not running good now, which could be just, I'm going to actually probably fire up the torch.
Someone says this has been a thing for a long while. I told you I'm not a streamer, okay?
Leave me alone. Well, then, oh, we were at 135 before.
Yeah, the suggestion from chat was 142 or 143, I think.
Yeah, I did 145. But it seems like as I'm setting higher, it's getting worse.
So you're trying to do 6 again?
Yeah, I'm going to do like what I know worked.
Right.
And then kind of work from there. That's usually, like your baseline's usually your key of how like you could figure stuff out.
Yeah. Trying to see if Bill is dropping any hints in chat or if he's just
I don't know, man. He was telling you the other
out.
day that, yeah, see, like we're already failing, so it's probably like the mount is done.
Okay. That's a good opportunity though because we can
well,
talk
I'm going to
about
heat
that.
it up. So that means I got to turn off the audio because it's loud.
Briefly, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to heat up the mount. He's going to mute his mic for a second because it does get loud. I'll stand a little bit back, and I'll talk through the whole thing to smother the audio. So he's using a torch to heat up the liquid nitrogen pot, so the LN2 pot. And what he's trying to do is bring the temperature back up to be a little warmer. This helps with a few things, but one of them can be a cold bug. It helps get it bootable again. Another thing it can do, though, is basically remelt that thermal paste. So if there was a crack or Joe thinks there might be a bad mount, this will help kind of liquefy it and maybe resolve that without a full remount, which is the other option. So normally you feel pretty confident with the install you have, so typically avoids remounting unless necessary.
Yeah,
Remember to unmute your mic too.
Yeah, usually you want to be a little bit careful because if you have to remount, like all the water gets all over and it can kind of ruin your bench session.
Yeah, the water is the
enemy, basically.
Especially as it, like you're saying, gets in the pot. So I mean.
Well, yeah, but it also kind of leaks off the pot. I have a bunch of paper towels to catch it just in case because you're going through heat cycles and cold cycles, right?
Yeah.
So like that's going to build condensation automatically. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually torch again. I'm gonna heat up the paste because it looks like we're probably cracked. Now, when we say cracked, it's not really cracked. It's just a lot of the times what the paste freezes, And what happens is then there's no like conductivity between the pot and the actual CPU. So it's kind of dangerous on the CPU itself. So you want to be very careful doing it. I'm going on mute.
Okay. I'll cover for a second while you do that. You got to smother the audio. This is a special box that Joe made once. It has a purpose. The gigantic hole in it is for a heat gun. So basically, this is related to what he's doing now, but it's at the end of the process. This is just a heat gun. I'm sure a lot of you have seen these or used them. Joe, you built this years ago with your expert engineering skills, and it is so good, unironically, that I still use it today. So for this, you shove the heat gun into it.
I call it the hot box.
Yeah.
Because basically what it does is you can see like the condensation that I have on here, and that basically goes all the way down to the board. So what you can do is you put the box on top, and then you can use like a hair dryer. I usually use a hair dryer instead of a heat gun because usually it's more, you get more volume of air.
Yeah, it's also less potentially damaging.
Yeah, to mess up the components. And what you do is you just basically run it. I used to run it for like 10 minutes. And what it will do is it will heat up the board and get rid of the condensation. So it was always a good thing to use.
Yeah, you've used it at the end of the process normally. Just this is like, you want to make sure your board's not waterlogged or something at the end. So.
Yeah, it's basically to make sure you're like anything that you might miss, you know, like might have missed in the you know, when you're trying to dry off, so that way you can save your components and hardware, because the last thing you want to do is kill hardware.
Yeah. And actually, you know, that's another good topic too, as you, well, before I bring it up, but what's your goal right now? Just get it booted and stable again?
Yeah, I wanted to heat up the paste and then
smell that torch.
Yeah, I feel like there's something in there. I don't know if there was a bug or something that like I heated up. I don't know. It's either that or I burnt the beard.
Well,
that could be a possibility too.
If there was a bug in there, I mean, it did.
Oh, there's no more.
Yeah. To be fair, it would have frozen first, so.
Yeah, that's true. So you got the best of both worlds.
Yeah. I have heard stories from the OC labs in Taiwan about how they deal with roaches, and they shan't be repeated here. So for the killing hardware topic, this used to come up a lot too. I think there's probably a perception that you can or do kill a lot of hardware doing any kind of overclocking, especially XOC, but that hasn't really been my experience. So
no, not really. It really depends. Like as long as you're like careful, and like when you start seeing funky things happen, that's time. You need to know when to fold it, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like poker. Like you need to know like when you need to fold it.
Yeah.
Is kind of the key with it, because you can like get impatient and then keep doing it, and then all of a sudden your chip dies.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's kind of hard nowadays with all the protections and everything that's built into the motherboards. But
well, yeah. So some of the funny behaviors, like crashes that it might not have done previously, and one of the things that can happen is water can get in the socket. So.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger ones. And that can give you like funky readings.
Right.
I don't know what's going on here. I can't run terminal anymore. I don't know if it corrupted it.
What happens if you? Oh, really? Try command prompt. Does that work?
Well, nothing works now.
Should I just keep giving you suggestions to try while it's obviously completely locked up and frozen?
Pretty much.
Try
Oh,
clicking
you
the
know what
start
it is?
button.
I wasn't cold enough. That's probably what it is.
So this is another. I'll take some of these questions while you get it.
I just noticed I was like minus 30, so
Yeah.
that's not going to do anything.
So this is a good one. What happens if you get liquid nitrogen on the board? Actually, not a lot. You don't want to like dump it on just because you can end up with condensation issues.
It depends though. Like, so if you were to dump it on memory is very sensitive to cold, so it's just not going to boot. A lot of different components of the board. That's why we use a heater underneath to try to keep it warmer, because a lot of like weird chipsets might have weird, funky cold issues. So it really doesn't do anything. It just might not work. It's kind of the key.
This is so someone saying, "Yo, how far did they reach so far?"
6 gig.
Yeah, 6 gig, and then how's your shot on this? Is there glare? Good. Okay, cool. So quick recap. I've only written down one R23 run. We did it at the beginning. I wrote down the auto result. The left is Stellaris. I will translate my hieroglyphs for you. So 360 AIO run. This was not on stream. This was in prep. That was 25.8 seconds. Our test today is simulation time in seconds in the game Stellaris. So lower is better. And so yeah, that was the 360. Our stock with sort of XMP and this setup which is a little different. Like it's different RAM, it runs at different temperature. That was 24.9. We went to 53, 1.2 volts. Haven't done anything with memory yet, except for just XMP or X, whatever. He's done some tuning, but 23.934. And then as the temperature came down and clocks went up, we've currently, the last one I wrote down is a 60x multiplier to 6 gigahertz at 1.35 volts. And we had a 21.414 second result at minus 90 degrees Celsius for the pot temperature. CPU is going to be a little different temperature, a little warmer normally. So, someone's asking about 1% lows. That's not a thing for this benchmark. So that's a frame time pacing thing. This benchmark is simulation time, so we're not looking at frame rate for this. Let's see.
Looks like it was very cold dependent. So my issue was basically wasn't cold enough. The last run for 6 gig.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, while this is running, I'm trying to basically get cold. So now I'm running at minus 100.
Would light and frost apply in this circumstance? I mean, in the sense that it does, Andrew already knows the demo. I've been doing this long enough. Light and frost effect someone's asking about in chat is the sort of concept that I'd have to pull up the Wikipedia page to get the exact definition for you, but basically pouring like LN2, contacting skin. If it's not getting trapped by something like a glove or, I mean, I took the hair tie off for that. If it doesn't get trapped by anything, it'll sort of just, it's like a bead and it just rolls off. So
That was an awful score.
Really?
Yeah, 24.
Score degradation.
Yeah, something happened.
Is that efficiency, clock efficiency maybe? So that's light and frost. Yeah. One of the things, I mean, like you should, what you really would need to avoid is letting the liquid nitrogen collect. So like you would never want to cup your hands and pour it. And you shouldn't do what I did either, but.
Yeah, you just don't want it to soak. So like when you close your hand, you're basically letting it soak in.
Yeah.
I've had people like where I've like just keep your hand open and then they have a natural effect to go like this. And then it like will give them a little, not a burn, but
it's like a stain if it's not
stain,
a lot.
Yeah. All right, let's try this again. I don't know what happened here. Like cold.
This is a good question. I have to think about this. Rust Builder says, should I stick with 7800 X3D and a 7900 XT, or should I go with a worse CPU and get the 7900 XTX? I think there's a lot of it depends with this answer based
Depends on what you do.
Yeah. They're both pretty good GPUs. Personally, I think I would go for the stronger, the X3D CPU. Because the 7900 XT is already, if you're going for raster, it's already pretty good. And that CPU will give you a ton of upgrade room later if you really care, so. Let's see. Just checking on some of the chats. How's it going over there? Is it running okay?
Oh, I ran it again. I want to see. Because yeah, much better. 21,281.
Okay.
21,281.
Keep putting the marker somewhere.
21,281.
You keep saying it to make sure I don't miss it.
21,281. Because we're going to get under 20.
You have minus 90 still?
Minus 100.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was pushing cold to see like if it can handle it.
What was your frequency?
Let me check. I want to say it's 6 gig. It's just more or less just better run.
Still, so 6 and then...
Yeah, we're at 6 gig. Oh, that's right. I did raise the voltage, 1.375.
Okay.
So it's not happy what voltage it looks like.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try raising it up to 1.4 before I go up into the clocks.
I need to fix this. 21,281. This result's really good.
We're going to start going colder, I think. Yeah, I think we just need to find the right voltage for the right clock is kind of what the point was.
Terrace in chat asking, hey Steve, when ordering a set of dice from the store, is there a way to choose the case color or the wood type? So it's all the same wood type The color of it is, we've got a photo actually that's really good on the store that shows them. So it's variable because it's a natural wood. It kind of depends on how long they stay in it, stuff like that. So there's a photo on the store that shows you like lighter to darker. There's a lot of different ones. There's not a way to choose beyond just the, it is the set that it is. So I don't think store support would be able to take a request for that because they'd have to go rip open a ton of boxes to try and find something. Let's see if any. This is a fun super chat. J. Kell said, only speculative answers. How much better or worse will the 9950 X3D compared to the 9800 X3D in gaming?
Almost 20. 21035.
Wow.
21035. And that's about minus 110.
Wow.
And that's 60 with 1.4. So the voltage is helping quite a bit. So it looks like we're a little.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's getting there.
We have room to play around with memory too. Probably not a lot.
I want to try CPU more. Memory's kind of a pain when you
Memory's
start getting the
pushing
cold.
luck.
Yeah, like yeah, I would say it definitely pushing luck.
Blendinator, good to see you again. Sent in a super chat, $50 Canadian, thank you. Long time no COC.
Heck yeah.
Well said. Time to upgrade the 5950X. It looks like any word on the 9590 X3D. No word on the Bulldozer X3D variant. But the 9950 X3D has popped up recently. So there are rumors just recently showing a leaked benchmark result in Factorio. That's actually in our hardware news episode coming up. And Der Bauer, or Thermal Grizzly, accidentally said something about the 9950 X3D in a Thermal Grizzly blog post.
Whoops.
I'm sure it's not a real part and it was a typo. And it's.
Is that the official?
I don't think they meant to type that.
It's a typo, for sure.
So if that helps, then there's your word. There's
your
no
answer.
official word, yeah. Wow, $100 from Splave. He didn't need to do that. Thank you, Splave. Splave's saying, you want to read the Splave message?
I will send you some paste for next time if you want. Love you, Joe. Love you too, bro. And I don't like that score. No, I think we need to raise clocks.
He cursed you.
You did.
Splave. So Splave's got a Splave 1 thermal paste. I have not used it yet, but Bill Alverson, who's been on this channel, he does the XOC stuff for AMD.
I've heard a couple people say that it's great.
He said he likes it, so we'll get some in. I will, however, buy it. You can freeload.
What are you saying here? What are you saying?
Should I write down that one anyway? Was it all the same settings or what?
Yeah, but the score was just terrible.
Okay.
We're going down the score, not up.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get the. I'm going to start getting a little bit colder too. I'm at like minus 120 right now. I don't know, that could be causing the issue as well.
The temperature.
Yeah, sometimes you can get like what's called cold slow. So the the colder you get, the slower it goes. But I don't think we're having that. It's just more.
Saying slow feed over and over. Slow feed the nitrogen. I think he's Chris Lees. I don't know if you know who that is. Let's see.
Going to like minus 130. Because I want to start raising the clocks. We're at 6.1 right now, so.
Right.
With all core thread.
I just joined. What have they hit so far?
6 gig.
Yeah, 6 gigahertz. Our simulation time in Stellaris, which is a 4X space strategy game, basically. 21 point. Is it really 0.035? Is that actually where you were?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, because it was almost 20. And that way I can say, yeah, we're going to get under 19. Oh, man, 21,284.
You had to go and say that.
So probably not enough voltage. But we'll try it again.
Still really good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the 6 gigahertz minus 110 was the last one I wrote down for him. Can we try and get Andrew, when it's convenient for you, try and get a shot in the LN2 pot, maybe while Joe's pouring. We'll try and it's always is it tangled up or doable? We're gonna try something. If we lose video for a second, we'll be right back. It would just mean the HDMI cable got unplugged.
I don't know.
Let's get the.
You killed me. I'm done.
Well, we can still get the shot at least.
Yeah, it's all good.
Especially if you're going to torch it.
I'm gonna have to torture it. That's pretty much torture it.
Give
Torture
Andrew
it. Torture it.
Yeah, same thing with the fire. Give Andrew a second to get the camera
Yeah, the
dismounted.
problem is it might.
Let's get some respect for Andrew's managing the camera with a million cables coming out of it.
Dude.
Oh my god!
I wish
wish
you all
I could
could
show
see this.
this.
Yeah, for real.
We won't make him hold it too long. That's pretty good, Andrew. You can at ease. That's really
it's
good
just not
shot.
happy.
Thank you. I wish I could show that somehow.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Andrew has the large sort of prosumer camcorder basically on a rolling tripod with rails on it. So that's what we're shooting on right now.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive what he was doing.
Did you step on a step stool or you just stood on your toes?
On the wires.
On the wires.
It's all that weight training I
Got
taught
you
him.
a little extra boost. Yeah. Andrew lifted the tripod with wheels and rails in one hand and then dismounted the camera and went like that
Yeah.
because he was all tangled with all the wires.
Impressive.
Pro level camera moves.
Yeah, we're gonna have to heat up again.
So we got the torch going. You gonna try it again? We're going for another high-risk camera maneuver.
Careful with that.
There you go. So he is currently heating up the liquid nitrogen pot. You can see it's completely frozen over in there. I feel like I'm an esports caster right now. We've got the frost crystals on the top of the map. And on the bottom of the map, it's being invaded by fire. Yeah, watch the plastics on that. So this is, he's heating it up to boot. What'd you heat to?
Just minus like 70 to see what it would come back, but it's memory training. It's memory training right now.
Cool.
Stuck at that 15. Usually it takes about 50 seconds, give or take. So
Camera
let's see what it
guy
does.
flexing, someone says. Joe was teaching Andrew a bunch of weight training exercises.
It's true.
And if you're wondering about Joe's credentials to do so, might I present Exhibit A?
The guns. Welcome to the gun show.
What board? X670E Hero.
Yep. Crosshair, Asus. X670, yeah.
Someone's asking if this is the old HQ and if we remade the set. No, it is not.
The old HQ.
The
We're going back in time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
several parts of the set are the same though.
Yeah, I think we're gonna heat up all the way.
I really wish we could get a. We'll have to get a reenactment from Andrew later to put in the stream recap, the separate upload video. Let's see.
Are we running out of gas?
Maybe I do have other ones. Is it all the way loose? The safety? Good news. Do these expire? We bought this one probably at Lowe's the first time you came out.
I just want to make sure it's not leaking.
Yeah.
Here.
Here what? Oh, yeah. I move this somewhere. The smell will be somewhere else. That's going to be a spicy torch. So heating up. What'd you say your goal was for temperature?
Oh, I gotta go back positive now. I'm on mute.
Over 0. So he's going for a positive. Do you want to remount?
Might be next.
Maybe next. Okay.
Yeah, but I wanted to heat up first.
Let's see. I'll do a couple others. Just joined. What did I miss? We have excellent results so far. We're going for more as always. I start hitting stability as you get deeper into it, but pretty happy with this. We're currently at 21.035 seconds for the simulation time to give perspective, from a 360 AIO baseline of 25.8. And it's at 6 gigahertz, 1.400 volts, minus 110 degrees Celsius for the liquid nitrogen pot that he is heating up right now. And
Yeah, basically heat up to like,
you unmuted.
yeah, 40.
Heat it up to 40, wow, yeah.
No,
Non-square pixels, gifted. Oh, it's another one of those. Wait, I have to practice.
Gifted digits?
Yeah. And
I gotta
I'm just
practice.
yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm going
Get
through
into that mode.
my memory bank of all the streamers I've seen. Wow, non-square pixels. Gifted 2 subs, one after another. Memberships, I mean, not subs. It's not subs on Twitch. Please don't ban me, YouTube. I didn't mean it. I meant memberships. I'm sorry. Thank you, non-square pixels. I don't know what I'm doing. All right.
That's for sure. Not enough beard. That's
Again,
why.
we're just going to disappear from YouTube right now.
Right.
He said subs.
See ya. No. Let's see.
All right, we are not running delidded.
No.
That is a very common question.
I'm not sure it would help. Because then you'd have to worry about
Yeah.
the, you know,
the levelness of it.
yeah, and then putting a pot on there, it just, it's usually never pretty good. Usually delid is not the best thing to do for liquid nitrogen.
It's definitely
stuff.
harder to manage.
Yeah, because a lot of the times it's soldered to the other chip.
Yeah.
There's soldered to the actual die, right? So, like, all you're going to do is create another barrier that you're going to worry about cracking.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what you don't want to do.
Let's see, we had some, I like this one. This is a crafty question here. Artist Layman says, hey there, what's your favorite security question?
Security question.
Yeah. I think, you know, the best one is, what's your favorite liquid nitrogen temperature for an LN2 pot? I get that one a lot on like all the websites. You see that one, right? Your
What?
favorite temperature for an LN2 pot on
Colder.
liquid nitrogen?
Yeah, the colder the
You
better.
just gave away access to your accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
We'll have
No.
to change those
No.
answers.
I was like, what are you talking about? IT security. Well, I usually tell people that I'm in IT security.
I mean, you basically
I'm the
are.
bouncer in security.
Yeah.
Well, I am, but it's kind of like, that's like a good analogy, I
Yeah.
guess.
He's the computer bouncer.
Viking by day, bouncer by night. All right, now we got a little bit cold. Are we not happy here? We might have to do.
Why not use the X870E board from Podcast? I have one. It's a gigabyte board though, and
Comfort level was probably better on
Yeah.
the Asus though.
it's really just both of us are more familiar with the Asus BIOS.
It's been a while too, so some are easier than others to get back into that zone.
Yeah, not necessarily that. I mean, I don't know. The gigabyte board might be great for OC. I have no idea, but we'd have to learn where everything is, and this was the.
Yeah, something
this is what
like
we
it.
know. So.
Yeah, we might be doing a breakdown.
Okay. Well,
I
that's
don't know
good.
yet. I'm gonna try.
That's good video anyway, so. Let's see. Wow, interesting question. I'm trying to think about it. Onyx Rex TN sent 50, I guess that's Norwegian kroner maybe, thank you. Says, what would you use to insulate around the CPU and GPU for a daily driver system that might see water temperature below dew point? The loop is in the garage.
So you're gonna have a high humidity probably. You have AC in the garage? I would recommend that.
I don't know, it's not my garage.
Well, I'm just saying, like thinking out loud. Because
Yeah.
I've tried to do the garage thing, and I'm in Florida, so
Yeah.
the humidity is just that much worse.
Yeah.
So it was like way worse. So, but I used to use Vaseline. A combination of like what we're doing here, you could technically do.
Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah, we're done.
I guess it depends on what the what's exposed to the potential condensation. Conformal coating can be pretty good. It's a little heavy, so if you put it on hotter components, there's a chance that you're insulating it. So conformal coating is one you can look into. Nail polish is like silly as it sounds, but I wouldn't want to insulate like a whole system with that. I'd use that for a delidded CPU maybe. Foam works great. Shop towel works great. All that stuff is going to make it hot though, so you got to keep in mind if you're insulating, you're also going to run it hotter, so you just have to be careful. I'm trying to stay away from the things so it's not too bad on the audio. So we got another super chat from Guillermo Perez, who said, much love from South Florida. Much love from South Florida from someone. Setup is a 7600X 4070 Ti Super, 32 gigabytes of Crucial for 1440p. That is a pretty good setup. The 7600X is a good baseline chip too.
Make sure I'm off mute. Florida represented.
Hardware bot record is 6.8 gigahertz. Can you beat that? No, that's not what we're doing today.
It's not really what we're going for. What was 6.8 for?
Cinebench.
Cinebench, yeah.
30. If you want a reference, 30,750 according to this viewer.
It depends. Let's see how bad the mount. It might be a crappy mount. Sometimes you don't know until after.
Well, this will be there's a good opportunity to show it because we didn't do the build on stream. So.
And then let me change this LN2 jumper.
You got the power supply switched off.
No, but I was doing it for temp. That's why. Because the temp turns on.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can show you. Otherwise, you can't see it.
So those were the threaded rods with hold downs, and then that's just a cap. One of the things we're talking about is using the torch, where if you have like your insulation wrap way up at the top,
Yeah, it'll burn.
pot, you just burn it.
Yeah, that's why you want to try to like. I don't know. It's really good. It's better off having like a nice clean setup.
Well, this was like my first ever liquid nitrogen OC
No,
setup.
that's bad job. Really bad job.
Thanks. This might have been before you came out. I don't know.
That's lazy benching, we call.
Well, it's you hit the paper towel with the torch once and it catches on fire, and then you kind of learn after that.
Yeah. It's one of those moves where.
Fortunately,
you get it.
Liquid nitrogen puts the fire out pretty fast.
Yeah. It's no. Most people are like, you're gonna cause a fire, but like, yeah, liquid nitrogen, you can put out fire.
And just smother it.
One of the big misnomers about like liquid nitrogen is like, can it explode?
Oh.
And then like, or will it like? Everybody's always worried about it exploding, and it's not going to explode.
Maybe thinking of liquid oxygen or something.
Yeah,
Good form.
It's kind of the common thing that always asks me, it's going to explode. I'm like, nope, doesn't work that way.
My understanding is if you were to like cap it and seal it overnight or something with improperly, then you could maybe get liquid oxygen, which is explosive. But
yeah. Well, like you don't want anything that, because it builds pressure naturally. So like you don't want to seal anything off with it.
Well, actually, this is a good example, right? Where like these dewars and the big tank behind me too. This thing is a pressure release valve.
Yep.
So if this were to exceed a safe pressure, then these are built to blow that valve and it off gases. So
Yep.
it's actually what you get with those big tanks too. You can't hear it on our audio, but there's a really quiet hiss over there, and it's from a slow leak.
Some are worse than others.
Yeah, some are pretty loud.
Yeah.
And you lose all of it.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like if you get it, a lot of times you can get like a valve, and it gets annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you lose your. It's like basically money flying out the window.
Right.
Because all your liquid nitrogen is just going away. All right, look, how are we doing over here?
We had another 50 gifted from this Prestige Edition account.
I don't know.
I still don't
Let's
really
see how the mount is.
I don't really know what. Oh yeah. What do you think?
Not
Look at
bad.
the CPU.
Maybe you want to try a different paste? I don't know if it's an older batch, maybe?
It is all. I have some newer stuff. I don't know how well Andrew will be able to pick this up, but the top up here looks like a little bit of a lighter spread pattern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like it's going this way?
It looks like it's.
Or it's going this
It looks
way.
like it's heavier on this side.
Yeah, that could just be from...
Could be from removing it too.
Yeah, well, yeah, I took it off that way. Oh, that's the one thing you want to worry about, is the water in the pot. So what happens is when you condensate and they heated it up, it then...
Drip.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty too.
Wow.
What are you saying?
I have a brand new clean one, and you
Yeah.
decided to use yours.
Yeah, mine's better.
That might have had a bug in it when we started, based on the
Some
smell.
was in it.
I think I have cryonaut.
It's all bug guts.
I have cryonaut extreme somewhere.
Did we have a spider in one time?
I don't know.
I think we had a spider in one of my
Oh yeah, we
KP
did.
pots.
Yeah, I remember because you looked at it. You're like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, we got
I think you saved it too. Like we moved it.
Yeah. No, I think it's before we lit
It was
it up.
before we used
yeah.
it. Yeah, so we moved it. I've got these two. I don't know. It's all the same stuff. It's just different canisters.
Let's see. Do you see any
I
water
can
in there?
I can go to the far side of the studio, and I might have Cryonaut Extreme if you want that, but that's probably older than this.
Yeah, if it's older, then it's probably not. I don't think it's really a paste issue. Maybe it's just a mount, so we can just go through. And this is like a kind of a retail trip, right? So, I mean,
There you go. This is like a brand new one. I think that looks like factory sealed. You might want to try that.
you know what? You know what we didn't do yesterday? I didn't take the chip out, so I don't know if there's maybe socket water in there.
Yeah. You want to do that?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So what happens sometimes from heating it up, cooling it down, is that the socket can build up with water, especially with the heat on the bottom. Let's see. Be careful because you don't want to. Oh, you want to go the right way.
Someone said rip Spider Bro. No, we saved Spider Bro.
No,
We
looks
took them
pretty
out
good.
of the LN2 pod. We moved them.
You don't see any water, so usually what you can see some burn spots usually if there's like water in the socket, but it looks pretty relatively clean. Maybe just a little bit, but nothing bad.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah,
Socket doesn't look watery.
no, looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's just weird. Maybe we went too cold, too quick.
Yeah, maybe do a full remount might help it out. Do you want to do another run, or what do you want to do?
We always run. Go all night, man.
Because this is a pretty good result already, but I'm definitely happy to keep going.
No, we keep going.
Let's see. Josh sent in $2. Thank you. Said, will the Snowflake tokens be available separately? No, they're part of the kit. Yeah, they're part of the dice set. We got the HarborBot record in. I read that one. Let me jump around a couple others here.
I'm not seeing any water, so that's a good sign.
That is a great sign.
Yeah, usually when you see water, that's a problem.
We got more tater tot comments. Maybe that's the post-stream plan.
What, tater tots?
Andrew, you want some tater tots after the stream?
Man, you're making me hungry now. I liked it. Yes, that was great. All right, so let's see.
We've Andrew and I have moved beyond verbal communication. Well,
It's
I
now-
have to use verbal, but he can respond with camera movement.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that yesterday when he was doing the Zooms. Right?
Yeah, and like, sometimes you kind of tell. It's funny too because Vitalia's starting to pick it up also with the camera. Like I can watch like the lens.
It's funny.
And I kind of know what the answer is based on the lens movement. So when you're staring into a larger lens, you can see the glass move. Yeah. So you can
So
kinda,
we're using CRC to clean. So a lot of times the red can, not the blue can,
yeah.
Steve.
Sorry.
Remember when I killed that AMD chip?
You didn't kill it, did you?
I
You
just never fixed it.
Are you talking about the one you blasted onto the concrete?
Yeah, when I dropped it. And
Yeah.
basically all the pins, basically, you know, with the older AMD
Right.
chips, they had like each pin.
Yeah, and that was the fault of the spray. You're saying the
Well, yeah, because the blue,
smashing it into the concrete. Got it.
the blue spray has more power behind it, and it
Right.
shot out actually out of my hand. Like it shot it out of my
Yeah,
hand.
normally red is faster, but I'll give you this one.
Leave me alone.
You're right. It was the spray.
It was definitely
Yeah.
Steve's fault.
So Joe, I don't think you killed it though. I thought we unbent those pins. Or
I
I
don't
maybe let you
remember.
use one of my CPUs.
No, I think you wanted to give me a CPU, and I said no, I'll fix it.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Oh yeah, because that was the same time that you put a bunch of
What are you talking about?
of small gouges in my wood break room table.
Oh yeah, you had to bring that one up. Now I feel awful.
No, it's fine. They're only still there today. It's okay.
Hey, it's the memories that count, right?
Yeah.
You know, like in
Those memories are there. Deeply engraved. I think that was when actually you were doing you were
No, it
teaching
was
me
soldering.
how to, yeah, you were teaching me
yeah,
how
when
to,
you had the terrible soldering setup. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
it's a lot better now. Lewis Rossman gave me a pretty cool soldering iron when I was
Well, I've also had the issue now. I'm getting older, so it's harder for me to.
see it.
Yeah, so I was getting frustrated because like my eyes are off,
Right.
like compared to because you know how many times I've used to solder stuff, and
Yeah.
like it was like I'm like I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. It sucks when you can't see.
Will you dye your beard?
I have dyed it before.
And if you were going to, what color would it be?
I would never dye it. Maybe red.
Red beard.
Red beard.
Let's see. We got
All right, that should be good. All right, You know what we'll do? We'll just, do you have a spatula? Paste one?
Not for cooking?
No. This isn't SpongeBob.
I do have some. Let's see. This might be.
Because it could be that we're not enough paste to. No. I was not really. Oh, do you have spatulas? You'll have like 30 of them.
This is what being sponsored by Thermal Grizzly for like 5 years does. That's not a good one. Do a different one. That's pretty good.
Now it's dirty. All right, let me see.
This is, there we go. So what's the plan? You're gonna basically full clean of the CPU and the.
Yeah, basically repaste it.
Yeah.
See what we can do, because I want my minus 12 or under
120?
20 seconds.
Oh,
Under
20 seconds, yeah.
I think we could do it, but I think I'm going to have to drop the cores. Is really what it's going to come to.
I do think it might be worth considering
Dropping the cores, or
one
turning
to,
off
1 to
hyper-threading?
1 on memory and 6000.
But then the cold, I'm already having cold issues. I
I
don't know.
doubt Bill is still in chat, but if he is,
Bro,
it'd be helpful
I
to
don't
know
if
if
this
that's
stuff's
still an
gonna
issue.
do.
I don't know, Bill. If you're out there, the question is, will we have stability issues when we're cold with 1 to 1?
Probably.
Let's see.
We used to all the time. I'm going to load up paste. We'll see. I haven't done it in a while. Yeah, I don't know if this paste is going to be good, Steve.
The paste itself.
Yeah.
You want me to go find some?
Oh, no, I'm going to use the tube, because the tube, this is hard.
Is Arctic MX4
No.
too bad for this?
Yeah, I don't think that's any good.
Do you want me to go get the Cryonaut Extreme? I have some like new in box sealed ones. They're just
Yeah,
older.
if you want to do it.
Yeah.
We'll just switch it up.
I don't know the best way to. I don't want it to send static to the receiver when I walk away from the range.
Let's just take it off.
I can mute it. Will that also mute if I leave range though? Do you have a way? I guess you'll hear it if it happens. So.
Actually,
Right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. If you got a solution. All right. I'll go look for some Cryonaut Extreme.
oh, where did I
Going on mute.
breaking stuff over here.
I better not come back here to like a burned down studio. There's gonna be fire everywhere.
Be fun, actually. All right, Andrew, what's the plan? How do we burn it down? Burn, baby, burn. Try without paste at all. 6 gig, 1.5. Yeah, no. Let's see. Bigger paste. Yeah, other paste was like not malleable, like really hard. So usually when it's like that, it's not the greatest. So if you can't spread it, then it's usually probably too old, too bad. I wonder if we can just use this though. This stuff seemed to work pretty well, so I think I might just use this. Make Steve go. And we're just gonna. I'm ready to do that for nothing, Steve.
I'm on mute.
You don't have any paste, huh?
No, I'm all out.
All right. Yeah, this paste. You know what? The tube is pretty good, actually. Can I help you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't think the MX4 is pretty good for this. I don't think I've tried it.
That's not the only. There's like 30 different pastes in here.
I'm
You just look at
trying. I'm trying over here to concentrate, and you're ruining my concentration.
Let's see. I do have Cryonaut. It's not extreme. I know I have extreme somewhere.
Yeah, regular Cryonaut I don't think is that great for extreme.
Roman's gonna be watching and crying.
Ugh.
Try to see what your options are. You want to use the stuff in the tube there? Is that okay?
Yeah, the other stuff that was in the tubs usually dry out,
Yeah.
so they can be like a little bit difficult. I think those are probably old. Tell Vince to send you some more paste.
Oh, I got some in Taiwan. I won it from his claw machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I put like 100 Taiwan dollars into it, which is like $3
Yeah,
US.
those machines, man.
And
That's the secret to those machines. Right?
yeah, well, he told me the secret. He was like,
Yeah, afterwards, right? Give me your money.
to be fair, he did offer to give me my money back, but I didn't feel like that. I felt like it was part of the experience.
Part of the experience, yeah. Getting ripped off, right?
Yeah.
Now you feel better about yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some thermal paste
All right,
that
there we
smells like a grease you might use on car parts. If you want to use that.
No, I'm just going to use this first.
Okay. None of this is any good. The best stuff is probably Cryonaut or what you have there.
Yeah, the other one, it's just the tub was like, where's the paste, do you see? Where did I put it?
Tube?
No, the tube's
the
good.
tub?
It's the tub. The tub is like, I could barely take it out of the tub.
Yeah, it's too dry maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's way too dried out.
Yeah. Paste, for anyone who doesn't know, thermal paste can and often does have sort of an expiration date.
Yeah.
Not in a literal sense, but if you go to use something that's been in the closet since you built your computer 4 years ago, there's a good
Especially if you did keep it out of the seal.
Yeah.
That's the key. Like, you don't want to let air get to it. So if you have like this tub and then you basically don't have it in the seal, it's probably bad.
You feel pretty good with the mount you have there now?
Yeah, it should be
okay,
fine.
cool. Cool.
I just got to mount it up now. Try and do it quicker. I can't really see. Let me go over here.
Use anti-seize grease from the automotive store. It's better than designer paste.
Probably the same, to be honest. All these paste guys ripping us off.
Nah.
I don't know. There's some
Still a
guys
lot of
that used to
testing
use like glue and like all sorts of stuff.
Glue.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's been articles over the years like Elmer's glue versus ketchup. And
Yep.
None of those look at aging though. So I mean, like
Yeah.
thermal transfer through a medium is not impressive. It's the how does it age that impresses me. But let's see. We're gonna end up with like a box of Splaves thermal paste at the door in 5 minutes. It's like,
Right?
they need me.
Let's see. All right.
So you got full new mount.
Yeah, full new mount.
Talk to me about
changing the
the-
paste method. I just did an X before, so.
Let's talk about the pressure for this, like the mounting pressure, how much force you apply normally.
Well, I try to not too much pressure, but enough pressure. Because
That's very helpful. Thank you.
yeah. I have gigantic hands and I tend to over tighten everything. So I usually just do like a little tight.
Basically, just until
get it
you
on?
get some resistance.
Yeah, just basically, you'll see, stop, and then just go through each corner. I have to hold these because otherwise they'll screw in because we're using the back plate from the AMD because the AMD is part of the back plate's part of the socket.
Yeah.
So these tend to move around.
Did you ever use, someone's asking about liquid helium, did you ever use that in OC?
I
personally?
never, the problem is it's so expensive
Yeah.
that like the times that we had offered for it, it just wasn't realistic.
Let me see. I had an article many years ago that talked about some company talked about the cost per minute for liquid helium OC.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's not like that's why like we always had this thing where like it was probably unfair to use it compared to like if you wanted to be competitive because I think it would cost like 30 grand per tank, something like that, like something astronomical.
That was a lot. I'm trying to see if I can find it record.
Go a little bit harder. All right, now we just need paper towels. And the paper towels are really to catch any moisture, like from that heating and that, you know, heating, getting cold, heating, getting cold, heating, getting cold. Just builds condensation.
So we're a few records on it. Yeah, I mean, the other thing too is like helium has become, as I understand it anyway, more limited in supply, so that also...
Yeah, that means it goes even higher up in price.
Yeah, and also I forget, it might have been Elmore I was talking to. I was talking to someone about
Well,
LHE overclocking and.
You need another gas to extract it. So like,
Yeah.
it's not really manageable.
They were also talking about how actually Rowan was telling me how they needed like 2 to 4 people.
Yeah,
to
you
even
need a
manage
couple
it.
people to manage it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't really do it by yourself. You
Yeah.
have to have at least a couple people to do
And
it.
it's also what is it, like 4 Kelvin? Is that? Let's see, liquid helium.
What are you talking about? The
Temperature.
how cold it can get?
Yeah.
I think it's like down to 230 or
4.2 Kelvin. Yeah, minus 268.93. Yeah. So 4 Kelvin is super cold, but I think it was Elmore Roman telling me how the for most CPUs that doesn't actually help.
No, a lot of the times it's not very helpful. You'll see a lot of.
Well, I mean, we can't even get past like minus 120 without issues anyway. So it ends up being the speed, the responsiveness, I guess.
Yeah, like you would have to. Basically, what you have to do is you have to bin chips to that, up to that stat to be able to even use it. So you might get a chip that just doesn't even like minus 200, and then you got to try to use liquid helium to like manage it. It'd be a little bit too crazy.
Nitrogen loop. Someone saying, yeah, look up Roboclocker on our channel. Roboclocker.
Oh, there's another one too.
There's been a couple over the years.
Yeah, I had this one.
I think Elmore did one too recently, but it might have just been that chamber you were talking about.
Yeah, I think he added that to his chamber.
Right.
So I think that was part of it.
Yeah, so Roboclocker, at least the one I saw in person, that is basically I mean it's disassembled now, but a closed loop liquid nitrogen system. So it has a capture, well, I'll call it a dispense and a return or a capture. So you got one tank on one side that dispenses the LN2, the other tank receives. It's pretty cool. We have a video on that. A couple videos
I
actually.
think we're good.
All right, so fully remounted.
Fully remounted. Trying to think. Yeah, we can boot because we're not in like LN2 mode anymore. We just need to put this up here. That way we can get the vapor all the way and boom.
Too much pressure.
See, I liked our system. Our system was looking good until,
I mean, it's still pretty good. Like,
yeah. Like,
No,
so
that's
everything's blue, and then I guess, the economy's kind of hard, and we couldn't get a blue mouse,
That's the one that was in the bin of
What, old overclocking stuff that we used to use? I don't remember
Yeah,
using a red mouse. Maybe I'll have to go and look.
for the OC setups. It's the bin of like
All the old crap.
keyboards and mice that don't want software. Like
That is true.
yeah. Joe was giving me crap for having everything all nicely color matched, and we've got this bright red MSI.
Yeah, I was like,
crap to your
everything
mouse.
is blue on this, and then we got this like red eyesore over here. That I have to look at every single time. I guess it matches the, I'm not even gonna say that because it kind of looks good with when this is up. But
With the red and black, yeah.
yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's see. So
what's your plan right now?
just to get back to booting, Go to just make sure it's running because we were all sorts that couldn't even run like anything. So the trick is to usually get it back to the running state and then start over again.
And for people who are either just tuning in or you want a quick refresh, so we've run through a ton of clocks already. It's actually been, I mean, genuinely, this has probably been one of the smoothest OC streams we've ever done in terms of like, we got all the great numbers out early, and now it's just pushing,
Yeah.
So that's nice. That's really, because sometimes like instantly you have to break down and rebuild. So
Yeah, that's probably why though. Also, we had to break down. Look how many clocks we ran. Usually over a period of time, it kind of goes bad anyway.
Yeah.
So
the recap again. We started at 25.8 seconds sim time with the 360 AO that was done before the stream. First stock score here with the LN2 setup and different RAM, that was 24.9. Joe ran through a ton of different settings, so to kind of broadly recap it, he was experimenting with how cold can he bring it down before he has issues, and you went into LN2 mode basically immediately to get some
pretty
more
much
range.
at 5, because you could see like the 23.9 was it 3.4? It went down to 23.836. That was just cold, so that gave it.
You might be the only person who can read my handwriting. That was impressive. That's the most impressive thing you've done here today. Let's read these numbers.
What about my clocks, man? What about my
The
clocks?
clocks are good too.
Yeah.
But this is like hieroglyphs. So yeah, we had we brought it down to
Dude, can you let Joe know that Arctic Silver 5 is great beard balm? To add extra shine.
silver. Might be a little hard to get out too.
Yeah, that would be the. I've had paste in the beard quite often. You never know. Like, come on, you can't tell me you got paste in your hair.
Definitely, the thing I have to watch out for is fans. And it's fortunate, earlier we almost had an incident, but this is blowing the other way, so
Yeah.
it's okay.
This one has kind of been the.
Yeah.
I
should
keep
be more
on,
careful.
I
that
keep
one.
on going close to that one, but
Yeah.
it's not a high RPM, so I don't think it's going to do much. But.
So far I've gotten up to 6 gigahertz, 1.4.
Yeah, 6.1 failed.
Yeah, and 21.035, which is an awesome score. We've never run Stellaris as an LN2 benchmark, but GN's used it a lot for reviews. And so, I mean, for perspective, like, this was already insane. If you go look at the Stellaris chart in our 7600 X3D review that we posted after the 98, you'll see that number's at the top, and the next number's like 30-something. It's like 30 or 31. So the gap's already massive. And then I might add this to the chart for a little bit for fun. Because you can have this 10-second gap between the 9800 X3D and like anything else. So pretty cool.
Maybe you know what I think we should do is probably do some R23 for a little bit.
We can do that.
Kind of start off, yeah, because there's no way I can go right to 1.4 and then do 6 gig.
You
I have to work it up.
Run it back up, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what's gonna.
What's the thought process there? Like what makes you want to gradually walk it up versus?
Because we're past the part we didn't test R23 at several of those steps, so it's probably going to need more voltage because it's more heavy on the
Right.
you know.
Full all core, yeah. What are you at now?
Just stock. Well, not stock, but 5 gig. I just want to make sure everything's running. Remember, I have to, like, every time we, like, reboot and restart, we got to go through memory training, so it takes, like, a minute just by itself to do that. Now you can really see the wattage. 125 watts.
Oh yeah, I haven't actually been checking the
Yeah.
EPS.
Problem is it keeps going to GPU, too.
Oh, I think I can lock it.
Yeah, so CPU is 120, 123 watts.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk in front of you. Sorry, Andrew. No, I'll try not to let you go past. I don't know if I can. I know I can set it. I don't know if I can lock it without software.
Yeah, you might have to go into, like, his EPC software and set it.
Speed, rot, average, cal, store.
Is that 21,681? Why does that seem slow?
I don't know what these things mean. Trying to see if we can lock this through without software. So yeah, you're at 120 watts through the EPS 12 volt cables. That's about right. I mean, I didn't ever check when you were at 6 gigahertz. Did you check the power?
No, I couldn't really see it. Like,
We should try that at some point.
well, let's do this. I'm gonna walk up. I gotta get it cold again.
Yeah.
And then go do -50, and then what we'll do is I'll step up R3.
23.
Yeah, because it's gonna have a lot more. It's gonna pull more wattage. You can
Yeah.
tell. I could tell earlier that like this is pulling way more wattage than Stellaris is.
Right. Yeah, it definitely is.
Okay, that's better. About 2200. Okay. So what I'm gonna do? Let's start getting a little bit colder.
This comment. Are these guys cooking meth? Question mark.
That's great.
No, that's the
Yeah,
other-
we're
that's
streaming
the,
it on
That's the other
YouTube.
stream. Yeah.
Yeah, wrong stream. Uh-oh. Getting low on LN2 there, buddy.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I need to fill
Wow,
those
that
up.
lasted a long time though.
Yeah, I think when we do R23, it will go through more.
You want me to wipe these before I fill them?
Yeah, please. I don't want to pour water into the pot.
Yeah. Wow, that is very, very frosty. So
Okay,
this is
22104, perfect.
I'm just trying to get some of the ice out of these before I refill them. That way, when Joe goes to pour, we don't have a big piece of ice crack off, fall into the pot, and then it just turns into water when he torches it. It's a very large piece of ice.
What, in there?
Yeah, do you want to try something? You want just like one of these full of ice water instead?
Yeah, no.
That's going to be good?
No.
Okay.
It's the worst thing you can do.
I'm just trying to
Because
help.
then we have to take the pot off and then dump it out. Because what happens is like that frost builds up and then it kind of causes a problem.
What if we put an ice cube in the LN2 pot?
No.
Okay.
No, actually, because it will actually, basically what will happen is it will act as a barrier between the liquid nitrogen and the pot, so you won't be able to, it won't be able to cool down the pot. So it's like almost like an insulator in between.
So you're saying there's a chance?
No, saying there's not a chance.
Just wanted to be clear on that.
Yep, just want to be clear. Not a chance. Right, so we're going to start just doing R23 for a little bit. We're going to go back down to start off small. 53. I'm going to keep. Okay. And then
That got stuck a little bit.
we're going to do 1.4. I'm going to keep the voltage high. I want to see how much wattage. Because we're already at minus 33. We'll go with minus 50.
And one of the first times we did this, and you heard all that from the LN2 hitting the floor, and you said, I need you to get it in the thermos, not on the floor.
Quit wasting the juice, my friend. Quit wasting it.
Yeah, so this, the fun demo, it evaporates like instantly, liquid nitrogen, when it encounters things that aren't liquid nitrogen. Like, I can't do too much because it'll destroy the water-based adhesive under the floor tiles, and then the carpet will peel.
It's not our
me
problem.
how I know.
Oh, you did it before?
It is my problem. It's
I
not
know.
your problem.
I know, that was the point.
Yeah, I did that.
All right, so that's a decent score. All right, so we went to 5.3, the higher voltage at 1.4, and it's 23,873. 23,873 since
Done for you.
23,873.
All right, what were your settings?
5.3 at 1.4 volt. I went high with the voltage. I want to try to keep the pot like
Temp?
the hot, like the paste, the CPU hot. Oh, temp minus 50.
Okay.
Yeah, then we'll go up to 5.4. Cinebench can be a little bit difficult to, like, we don't know like what the exact
It's definitely
voltage it needs.
Yeah, it's a lot heavier.
Yeah,
So
it's a lot heavier.
much easier to crash. Should I give a? I can give an Intel number as a reference here for our Stellaris stuff too. So for anyone who doesn't know, we relaunched the website last year, and it's Jimmy on the team has been doing an excellent job converting all the video reviews into articles. And if you ever need the charts, you can go to gamersnexus.net and pull it there. I mean, I make more money if you watch a video, but I don't really care. I mean, it's better if you want the information fast, you can grab it from the chart. The website ends up being supported directly by the store and by viewers,
Ooh,
just
that was
because.
nice. 24,255.
Oh, nice. Just because we don't run third-party ads on it. Yeah, I'll let you write that down. So the website's got no third-party ads. Try to make it actually useful as an archive. Anyway, I'm going to pull up the chart for Stellaris. Let's see. That's a weird upscaling artifact. So for perspective, obviously we're liquid nitrogen overclocking. You can do that for Intel too. The highest Intel score I have on the chart is the 285K with DDR5 8600, which is much faster than what we're using. That was 31.1 seconds for Stellaris.
31, really?
Yeah. So
That's quite
it's like, you know,
crazy.
yeah. So that's our stock result here, 25.8. See that big gap already? Like
That's
this
pretty
CPU is
impressive.
insane. Yeah.
That's crazy. Still think we can get under
But
20.
then if you look at like where the, sorry, you all can't see this on chat. I mean, if you pull up the
Oh, the
site.
2700?
So like we would be 20 seconds, what you're shooting for, right? Like that'd be here. And you look at that gap between,
Yeah, it's big. think we could do it now.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if you turn off the hyper-threading.
Oh yeah, you can try that.
I think it will, because
Yeah.
I noticed a big
Do you think that'll
24,758.
let you hit higher clocks or what?
Yeah. Yeah, because you'll need less voltage.
Yeah.
Was it 758?
Yeah, 758. 24,758.
Yeah, so we're at the same voltage, probably minus 70.
Okay, cool.
Then
Someone's. Oh, did Bill comment something? What did Bill say? Can you get to minus 100C? Yeah, Bill, we did.
yeah, we were at minus one. Well, we did
minus 110. He says if around minus 100C, should be good for 6. Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
Bill
yeah.
probably tuned out for a little bit. So, Bill, the update for you. Bill, for anyone who doesn't know, is from AMD and does XOC there and a million other things. So, 60, we hit 6 gigahertz at 1.4. We had a, if you converted all the simulations per hour, I think that was like a 20% improvement top to bottom. And that was at minus 110. So I'll see if he says anything about that. But he says 6.5 gigahertz R23 minus 100C, maybe 1.6 volts.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, we'll be there. So far it's running. I was having some weird cold issues. I think it was the paste, to be honest. I don't know if we had enough paste or I kind of loaded it on just to see like what was going to go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 25,212. Yeah, we're getting.
Can you put the temperature on the screen? Yeah, no. It doesn't work at this temperature. The closest thing we have to CPU temperature is this,
Yeah.
which is the that glare. Is that okay? That shows the pot temperature on the bottom, so that's a
Watch out.
minus 93. Hardware info won't read it at this, I don't think.
Yeah, no. Basically, the package temp will always. It just you'll
It
never be
stops
able to
at
get
minus
it.
50 or something, and it might not even be accurate. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's not even. Let's see. Let's go.
Let's see. Just catching up on chat.
I think most of the issues we had were just not enough voltage.
Yeah. What GPU are you using? This is a 4090 Neptune. No particular reason other than, I mean, I wanted a water-cooled card.
It looks good.
It definitely looks good. We have a full review of it. I don't remember if I liked it or not as a product, but
25,662.
I'm sure I had complaints about the price or something. Let's see. Yes. Someone named Vincent commented and said, Steve, I just returned from some drink. Thought a random past stream was playing, but no, you are live. Are we? Or is this pre-recorded and I'm reading your comment from the future in the past? Think about it. All right, let's see.
We're about minus 110 right now for anybody who wants to know.
This is a good question for you. Super chat question. Swing Life Away. It's a Rise Against song. Says you guys should do a video on some of Joe's old modded hardware from back in the day. How about we? What is your favorite hardware mod you ever did?
980 e-power,
Oh yeah,
G-Power?
that's a good one. Yeah.
26106. That was one of my favorites.
Is
It's
that
so
like
much
with-
harder anymore.
Is that with like the zombie?
Yeah, all zombie.
Yeah.
Basically, it took over all the power circuitry for, and actually I did it like,
106.
I think that one was G-Power. I did all the G-Powers and E-Powers.
What's the concept of zombie for GPU modding like you're talking about?
The concept is basically, so a lot of the times NVIDIA would block you
Yes.
for like doing anything on their controllers.
Not wood.
No, they
They
would.
still do.
Yeah. So like one of the ways to get around it was that we take all the power circuitry and replace it with our own. So that we ended up using like G-Powers, E-Powers. I think Asus had their A-Power, and then you had Galax had G-Power, or I
Sure.
forget. I've had so many of them.
It was like separate VRMs, right? That you
Yeah,
soldered-
basically you
soldered
put
in.
on your new one, and then like I did a lot of testing, like for groundwork, like where are you going to get ground? How do you take the power and like actually solder it to the card? And like, I don't know, it was just fun. It was like hacking the crap out of the card. It was so much fun.
If anyone wants to see a great, let's see, a great video on that, we did one that it deserves more modern attention. It's a 2019 video. We titled it "Make Your Own Video Card with E-Power." That was with Tin, T-I-N, from EVGA.
Yeah, Tin used to do a lot of them.
It's like, so cool. That video is like one of my favorites because he just shows these crazy modded cards and talks about them.
Yeah, I used to do a couple with them too. We did like 980 Ti's, we did it together, and then 980s. I did a lot of them during 980s, the Titan X's then.
Yeah.
That's when it was a little bit better, where you could get around a lot of NVIDIA's stuff.
He's doing metrology now, I think it's called. The science of ultra-precise measurements.
Yeah, he likes that. He was always into like the crazy measurements because you can use like liquid helium to get into that, you know, into that space. So he was. I know he was using liquid helium.
This commenter is asking if I hate AMD, and I mean, obviously, yes. That's why we are featuring it prominently in this stream.
Yeah. Awful. Yeah. Awfully fun.
Yeah. We can clip that. We have just enough room in there to cut it at awful. Look at what Joe said.
I know, he said it's terrible. 26533? Or 553, yeah. 553.
553.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your clocks?
What was the last one?
5.7.
Really?
And
I'm at 5.9.
Oh, wow. Okay. Maybe not that efficient then. What about voltage? You're at 1.4.
What happened to 5.8? Maybe you
missed one.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a.
I'll put a question.
Yeah, I think that. So where it says 5.5, that was 5.6. So these ones.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
you're
So
off?
this is 5.6, 5.7,
Okay.
5.8, 5.9.
Well, chat can go back in time and correct us if it matters, but we'll just adjust.
All right. So
We're not going for world records here, so it doesn't matter too much.
No, we're just playing around.
So you think 5.6, 5.7, maybe 5.8, and then 5.9.
Usually,
What was your voltage right now?
1.4.
1.4 still.
So usually, like when we get a chip or like to play with, this is kind of what we do. We try to see like what voltages are going, because if you want to be competitive, we don't really bench like this.
Right.
Really, if you want to be competitive, we bench like straight to the point. We already know what voltage is needed at what volts.
You already did
like
all the
at
research.
What clocks. Yeah. You figured this is like what we're doing now. Like we're figuring it out. Then like once you do, if you want to get competitive, you can basically take the notes we've made down.
I just like the same commenter. He's obviously just joking, but says damage control. Steve hates AMD. Mystery solved.
Mystery solved.
Let's see.
So I'm starting to get decent feedback on the bot.
That's good. It sounds fast.
You're gonna hear it, right?
Yeah. Insta evap. It's pretty cool. I mean, you start getting all the crystallization too from all the ice crystals everywhere.
Stop shaking them out.
This is a good question.
Ooh, 27036. I'll do it.
Okay.
27036. What is the question?
Question is from Ree, who says, sent a super chat. Thank you for that. Sent in 1999. Says, hello, this is my favorite channel. Thank you. I built my first PC in 2012 and did my newest this year with help from your channel. Here's a question. I want to get into computer architecture. Where should I start? I think computer architecture has a pretty broad, like there's a lot of,
I don't know.
I mean, like you talk about system architecture, right? For
Well, I do cloud architecture.
cloud architecture. So there's a lot of
Well, I
different.
would do legacy a lot too. That's where my
And
forte is.
there's like sort of the super, out of my knowledge end, but the sort of like low level CPU architecture type of stuff. There's a lot of options. Where should I start? Broadly speaking, I would start by trying to define what that means to you. So when you say computer architecture, like try to pick a focus,
That's
right?
done. Yeah, well, you could start out small. Like I know, like certifications is usually good. Like you can do like A+ certification. That's building like a PC.
Yeah.
That's kind of not like an architecture, but like.
Well, an A+ too is like,
It's like
I've got some strong opinions
troubleshooting.
about them, but
yeah, I know
you it's like
trust
kind
me.
of a scam, you know. Like,
Let's see. I've been A+ certified for 25 years.
Yeah.
Something like that. So.
yeah.
Well, I
but
mean, I never redid it.
at
so
the
I'm
same
probably not
time,
even-
though, at the same time, like it is one of those you got to play the game sometimes, and a lot of jobs do actually require that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the broad level, there's that. I would say, so there's some really good books. I don't have the names off the top of my head, but there's a great GPU architecture book I bought years ago. It's one of the top rated on Amazon for the category, if that helps.
Darn it.
But honestly, just like books are pretty good to start.
All right,
Otherwise,
I got to heat up.
some really good, I'm trying to give like some concrete answers that are actually actionable. What are you doing over there?
Because it went right to 15.
So like now
Okay.
it's basically going through memory training.
So for architecture, I would really strongly recommend reading some of the old Anantech articles. All the way back to Shimpy, who started the site, up to Cuttress, who is sort of more recent departure before they shut down. All of it's still archived. There is excellent architectural information there. If you like silicon, like CPU, GPU stuff, you'll learn a ton from it. Go back in time and start early. Someone's in chat saying start with Linux. That's definitely good too if you're looking at more broad. So anyway, yeah. Let's see.
This 15 gives me nightmares
Oh,
from
this
last
is
night.
yeah, no. This is a good one too. Someone pointed out Level 1 Tech forums for the person asking where to start with architecture. Level 1 Tech is run by Wendell. You should definitely check out their forum.
I think he probably has a lot of good down-level architecture type stuff, like when you want to
Yeah.
get into that.
Well, he's especially on the server side.
I'm more going from server to cloud now, so it's
Yeah.
more, I'm migrating you off of servers.
I guess there's like as far as schools and stuff,
We're done.
probably computer science or something
I
like
don't
that.
usually recommend it technically because a lot of the times by the time you learn and graduate, you're
Yeah.
out of technology
Practice.
changed already.
well, you learned in the field, right? So Joe's got an interesting background with it where he basically started doing his job and picked it all up on the job. So different approaches. Let's see. So what else? We have another chat. Sorry for the noise. He's heating it up. Wow. That was loud.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that loud. Sorry. I'm trying to see if I can heat up to a certain temp and come back easier.
I'm gaming only. Would I lose performance if I just use air cooling D15 for the 9800X3D? I only game at 4K and with a 4090. So if you use a D15, would you lose performance? I would have to run the cooler specifically on the CPU. If I remember correctly, we were in the 70s to 80s with a 360 liquid cooler. The D15 G2 will do better, but
You have to do a timer.
in gaming, so here's the thing, a lot of times if you look at the efficiency charts we have in gaming, you're not actually pulling the sort of total power budget. You'll see that in all core scenarios. Cyberpunk and Starfield are the closest games we have that do that. A lot of them pull way less power, so you'd probably be fine for temperature in a lot of those scenarios. For the heavy all-core stuff, like Cyberpunk and Starfield, when they're CPU-bound, 1080p, stuff like that, I'd have to test it, but my gut instinct is that you might be throttling a little bit at the top end, but I haven't tested it, so.
Got to heat up more.
4K 4090 though.
Looks like there's like a CBB.
cold boot bug.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? You want to try and fix it, or do you want to?
Yeah.
So Joe thinks there's a cold boot bug. There's cold bugs and cold boot bugs. Cold bug is when the system crashes because we've hit the temperature threshold where it doesn't stay up anymore. Cold boot bug is trouble booting.
Yeah,
We basically had a failure because probably not enough voltage. But what happens is because the whole temperature, or basically it cold booted, that it needs a certain temperature to come back alive. And that's not going to do it either. We're at about minus 36 right now. So I can't get it back.
You're having trouble booting at minus 36?
Yeah. I don't know if it was like memory training or something. Well, now it's boot. Like it might boot now, but I tried minus 50 really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up going to 2F, whatever that is. So basically, what I'll keep heating up. I've seen it on these chips. So one of the issues that I used to have before, so on the older architectures, I had to heat it up to like 0 to be able to do to get past the CBB, and that was with the Encore, because if the Encore was too high, then it would cause that.
That's annoying.
Yes, and very annoying. All right, let me heat this up.
Okay. So to recap the scores we have so far, we basically hit 6 gigahertz, and then he tried to push past that, and that's where we kind of lost stability on the system. So it is a really good result. Like I was saying with Joe earlier, this is probably one of the smoothest OC streams we've done, where we got all the cool stuff up front, and now we're just pushing for a little bit more, but we'll see if we get it. Sometimes
Sometimes you can.
don't, but
Yeah, sometimes you just end up going down that rabbit hole.
that is where the patience comes in. I think the behind the scenes people don't get to see is, I don't know if it's like interesting for people or not, but Joe will come up a little early, and we typically will spend a whole day or night or something doing prep, trying to learn it a little bit. And it's a lot of turn and burn for like 12-hour turnaround trying to learn a new board and CPU.
Yeah,
and then do a stream. Right? Like,
I wouldn't say it's the easiest.
yeah. So that's behind the scenes. We were here not too late, but a little late last night.
Well, we're dealing with that weird BIOS issue.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get.
Favorite number 15 from the boot bug. I guess that was training, right? Memory training?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would never like go through that, which is weird.
It was really annoying. Yeah, he flashed back to an older BIOS. We waited a little longer, then it was okay, but
I had to reset BIOS. Something didn't like.
Bill wants to know if we're using the LN2 jumper, and we are.
Yeah. Well, I turned it off now, but.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, well,
Just to
want to get us in because I couldn't get in.
Right.
So what we do is, I'll put it back up.
Bill should just fly out. I mean, from where he is, it's like a 3.5-hour flight, so.
I'm highly disappointed he's not here.
He could probably get here by 10 o'clock.
Yeah, hurry
maybe
up.
11. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so. Yeah, so now I got to go through like a minute of training. And then what I'll do is I'll start bringing the temps down. This time I won't mess around too much. We'll go right to 100, minus 100, and then see.
100? Oh my God, 100 degrees Celsius. Oh no, the chip
Not what
died.
I meant.
I guess we can't do it anymore. Can I have tater tots now?
I'm gonna hit you with this red mouse.
I think
Not
it would
really.
probably break into pieces.
It's the hair.
It is, yeah, that's what it is. Not the quality of the mask.
No, had nothing to do with that. Yeah, this is what we were dealing with last night. I don't know if you can see on the board, it shows 15, but it takes like maybe like 40 seconds the first time, and then once it boots for the first time, it goes through. It's not bad. It's just if you have to do like a cold boot where you turn off and have to retrain memory or anything like that, it takes a while.
Bill says consider trying without it too. I don't know if he's maybe still responding to the LN2 jumper.
No, really, we didn't have an issue. The thing was I probably didn't have enough. So I tried 6.1 at 1.4 volts, which is probably way low. Actually, what was the max on there?
I think.
Yeah, 1.4.
I think that is kind of low.
Yeah. So like, it's not going to be enough, and then because that failed, it basically just everything just went.
You know what I'm curious about? I haven't done the math on Cinebench yet. So we've got a 6 gigahertz score for both. Let's see if the scaling's the same. So
Oh yeah, between the two benches.
Yeah. So Cinebench 27036.
All right, so this is good. I'm gonna start pulling down again.
So on Cinebench, you have a 16% uplift. I'm gonna write that down. And I have to convert the other one to simulations per hour, so we're doing the math the same direction again. So this is like too much thinking.
Don't hurt yourself.
I'm gonna do the other one, 21.035. That's
You must be low on tots.
definitely low. Definitely more tater tots are needed. 60, 21, 035.
All right, so we're getting back there.
So if I'm doing the math right here. Let's see.
Just gonna start pushing the voltage higher. Just do.
All right, so in Cinebench, this is pretty interesting, Joe. Your same clock, you got 16% benefit in Cinebench, but converted to simulations per hour, you got 22.5% benefit in Stellaris. So Stellaris really responded well to the frequency.
I'm telling you, I think I can get more out of Stellaris too. I think if we bump it from 16 to 8, I think it would really benefit.
Yeah.
But let's see, I want to try again. I want to see if I can get like a good voltage for this, I feel like I can use that same voltage for the other
You
bench.
think I,
I'll leave that one alone.
we got another gifted though.
Hey, gifted is all that matters.
What are the, how can I rephrase that name to be comical, yet precise, and also something I can say on YouTube?
I don't know.
I'll think about it for a
There's
little bit.
sticklers on that one.
I'll have to kick that one around for a minute.
I'm curious what this 5.5 will run. So I bumped up the volts. I think, what was it, 155? I'm going higher volts. That should actually help with the pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, 24,674 at 5.5
Oh,
at
okay.
1.5.
So you're a little lower, but it's within error, I think.
Yeah.
It's
It's
within,
probably
like-
because of the voltage is too
Yeah.
high for that clock.
It's also within 100 points. I mean, that bench. So.
And then let's get to 100. And yeah, so we'll do a 6.
What have I tuned into? Someone asks. This is we're cooking filet mignon right now. You missed all the prep, but it's like those cooking shows. We're gonna pull a score out of the oven that's already complete. Did you mute for that?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this pro.
Yeah, it didn't help the clock though. Oh man, I think my sneeze ruined it.
Steez.
My sneeze.
Got too much steez.
Oh man, I don't know. Something hit me there.
So we had a. I haven't been able to think of a way I want to rephrase this guy's name. Let's go to
Yeah, I don't
Thesaurus.
Oh, I booted.
Save me, Thesaurus. None of those words are better.
None of those are better.
It's all,
I don't
it's
think.
all much worse. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, I mean, so we got a 50 gifted, what is it called on this website? Memberships from Brad Pitt, actually, sent those in.
Oh,
Brad Pitt, the
Oh, yeah.
actor. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
good friend of ours. Yeah, we never met him.
Yeah,
Don't know him, but I'm sure
he's a little drizzly, right?
he is.
Yeah.
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 Especially the
You know.
the problem.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a problem.
Oh, that's private information. We better not.
Yeah, no, we don't want to let it cat out of the bag.
No. Or out of the,
You know,
Yeah.
the drizzling.
right. Anyway, thanks to Mr. Pitt and the, I hope,
Yeah, your
I
movies
hope
are
things
great.
go better.
Yeah.
I hope the problem that is in your name resolves. See if anyone goes and finds that. Everyone's be like, what are they talking about?
Why can't we get 6 gigs to
Sorry.
run?
Someone wrote into chat, damp undercarriage, question mark.
That was actually pretty
That's
good.
pretty good.
I couldn't think of anything.
pretty
that
good,
was
and it's
actually,
clean.
I'm actually pretty impressed. Because we were over here kind of like, I don't know where we're going to go with that one. What is up with this one? I don't know if we lost paste.
Yeah, he's big into overclocking, someone said.
Oh, Brad Pitt?
Yeah, sure, yeah. You know Bitwit, Kyle?
Yeah. I like that.
Henry Cavill,
Hey, Superman?
yeah, like actually shouted him out on, I think it was Conan O'Brien's show.
Really?
That was surreal. 'Cause I was like, I know Kyle. And yeah, so Kyle said that he watched Kyle's videos to learn how to build a gaming computer. Like that's so cool.
There's a bunch of celebrities.
Terry Crews got his system built by Jay, the Old Spice gaming computer.
I like Terry Crews. Cool.
It was pretty funny in that video.
And then what you had? Post Malone too. I think
That's
Jay
right. He
did
did
Post
do that
Malone.
one too. Yeah. We actually drove down to not too far from you in Florida to deliver a system we built for the metal band Trivium.
Nice. You didn't come and see me? Let's see how it is.
Close-ish.
Close-ish.
It's like 4 hours. 4 is a large place.
It is actually pretty.
Did not know it was that large. Let's see.
It's weird. I had to like work it up.
Is it going? Where are you right now with this?
No, just like 5.6 or 5.7 or 5.7, I think.
Okay.
No, I tried to go right to 6 gig and it didn't like it. Like it wants me to.
So do you
chicken
feel
block up.
like you can get back up to one more like set of runs for this, or
I don't know.
I guess basically I'm trying to figure out is it
Well, I want to try to maybe get rid of the cores and see how Stellaris goes.
disable SMT?
Yeah, but I want to see. Like I was a little bit worried that like maybe the paste was gone.
Right.
But I mean, we are running almost 5.8 right now, so can't complain. I might have got it too cold too quick.
Evo Extreme says, here you go, Andrew. Ni hao. 9800 X3D, sorry, 900 X Sandy 很好吗？真好，很厉害哦。
I feel like I'm in Taiwan.
Asking if the 9800 X3D is very good.
I would say so.
Should I write this one down, or is this a?
No, it's less. It's just like a 5.8. I'm just.
What's your 5.8 right now? Score.
With the high volts, it's 1.5. It's 26 118.
Okay, it's
So it's lower.
no, it's a little higher. You're at 26.106 before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was looking at the wrong.
So that
clock.
is actually that's going the right direction.
Okay, that's good then. Yeah, we're gonna go back up to 5 now. I don't know. It wouldn't let me do the like clock at. I don't know if it's a cold issue. I think Bill said that minus 100 is probably good enough to get 6 gig. So.
Yeah. You were hitting 6 pretty well.
Yeah, I just couldn't go right to 6. That was the
Yeah.
problem. But I don't know. I might have been too cold, like because I'm trying to rush it a little bit.
Yeah.
And hey, look, it's pushing about 120 watts.
120 is not crazy. We can get a. What was the highest speed? It was 6 gigahertz. Was a
26 580 now.
Was it 26,580?
26 580.
5.8?
5.9.
5.9. You were at 26,553 before. So yeah, it's going the right direction.
Yeah, no. But I'm at 1.5 volts versus. I'm gonna probably jump the volts a little bit more. That's probably gonna make power more.
Be able to see that. If I unplug these cables, you'd be able to see it better.
Yeah, don't do that, please. Thanks, Steve. Counterintuitive is what we call that.
I'll get you some more. I wanna show this to the camera when you get the run going. So this is a power measurement device we're using as an interposer right now, in between. What a crash!
Yeah, it doesn't like 6 gig. I don't know if I'm too cold.
It ran before. You were at minus.
Yeah, but I'm
120.
higher voltage now. I don't know if there's like a current
Yeah.
issue. I'm hoping it just boots.
I think you should go back to Stellaris and try and get below 21.0 if we can.
I'm gonna have to now because oh no. Yeah, but I think I have to turn SMT off because I noticed like a big.
Let's try that. Yeah, try SMT off.
Yeah,
and,
but the problem is I got a cold boot then,
Oh,
and then I have to go through the whole thing again.
yeah.
Uh,
You want to just do a run with SMT still on, and then
Well, I never tried this high voltage. Let me try. Let's try it.
yeah.
Well, I'll do like a.
Remember, Stellaris is less sensitive.
Yeah, that's why I never tried it with that high voltage.
Yeah.
So 155. And that could be also triggering some type of OCP with that one. I don't know. With yeah, we'll do 6 gig. We're at minus 100, so that should be good. And then
Let's see. Someone's asking what the AIO is doing. That's for the GPU, actually. Are you sponsors or where you break this stuff? No, this is not. I don't think we've ever broken any parts on stream.
no, only after stream. When I dropped
That's
it.
right, when you blast it. Yeah, but that's different.
No, I don't think I've ever.
Like in
No,
overclocking.
I've actually had it when I think I killed a KP card because it was too wet.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when you get greedy for the score and
And
instead of
that's
breaking
the time
down.
when you gotta like break down.
Yeah.
That's the part about having patience to be able to.
Sometimes stuff comes back too if you just dry it all off.
Yeah, that one didn't. I think Jacob sent me another one though.
Yeah,
But that card was so good. It was kind of like
it was. Yeah.
that's the tough part. Like when it's not that you lost the chip, it's that you lost that chip. Like you can't replace sometimes like
Yeah.
some of the hardware. Like you might have some like crazy bin hardware that like it took you forever to find. 21268? Nope, not the fastest.
Okay. That is good though. Okay, so we're back on Stellaris. Is this 6 gigahertz?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. See if we can get it down below the previous record you had.
I got a lot more volts. I think what did we run that at? Like 1.4? I'm at like 1.55.
You ran that at 1.4, yeah.
Yeah. So that should probably get us a little bit better, I think. Let's see.
Let's see.
I have a feeling though if we turn SMT off, we're going to be like another that will get us under 20.
I think it, yeah, I'm kind of
Cuz right now if you're at 6.1 with hyperthread,
mm-hmm.
if you turn that off and we do 6.1, I think it was like a second quicker. We only ran it once, so I don't really know like what it will do, but let's see. Let's see how we can get with the SMT on. I keep wanting to say an SMTP.
Someone pointed out, Bill commented, I guess. Bill said SMT will not cause retraining.
Oh, whoa. Okay. So maybe, well,
maybe
let's see
just-
what this does.
Maybe just try it. So would you basically just boot into BIOS?
I got boot in BIOS
Tell
and
us-
turn SMT
yeah.
off. I got to go into AMD controls. And I don't know. It might have been that I was going, 2891 at 6.1.
20.891?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think we...
Wow. Sick. All right. Well, I'm happy because my objective was below 21 seconds. Now we need to see if we can hit yours.
Well, write it down, please.
Making you anxious.
2891. Yeah, because it will stop. You're the reason why we can't have nice things.
What was your temperature? That's what all the vendors tell me.
Minus 110.
Minus 110.
What, you're the reason why we can't have nice things?
Yeah, yeah. And by nice things, they mean paying for positive coverage.
Right? Hey,
What was your
make a better product.
clock for that?
6.1.
6.1, nice.
And then I think it was 1.55.
Wow, okay, sick. That's awesome. Well, that feels pretty good. Get a...
Ah, that might have failed.
At least you got one more really solid run in there.
Yeah, 6.2 might be a little bit much. I could probably push up the volts though.
You want to try the SMT thing if you're rebooting anyway?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Maybe that's the last rally here.
Yeah.
Is,
Let's see how it boots now.
this is, I think Mr. Pitt has
Left the building?
has gifted more.
Yeah?
Yeah, back. Same medical condition,
Yeah.
Mr. Brad
What,
Pitt.
what was that line we had for it? It was the
I think the comment said damp undercarriage.
damp undercarriage. I like
We're talking
that.
about cars,
Yeah.
obviously. Undercarriage.
Yeah, my plaid doesn't have that issue.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, my goodness. All right, where was it? Manual overclocking.
Chat is like completely unhinged with this.
And disabled. Okay, so we disabled it.
So SMT's off now?
Yeah, but it's retraining.
Cool.
No, it's not cool because it's retraining.
SMT off is good. You think you're going to have to heat up?
I don't know. Let's see. I'm starting the timer. So it take like if you retrain, it takes like 40, 50.
What are you, you timing
seconds.
for about a
Yeah.
minute? Yeah.
Yeah, because yesterday it was like I waited like 5 minutes. It felt like and
Yeah.
I never did it with that old BIOS, and now this one works good, but I just have to
Yeah.
wait till like 50 seconds.
It's cool to see people in chat I recognize. Of course, we have Bill from the industry. We've had CC, who's been around the channel for ages. Saw Reps Up 100 earlier. It's got a post from Catherine Hauserman, who's also been in the streams forever. This is cool. It's cool to like not stream for a while and then see a lot of
the
familiar
same people.
usernames. Yeah.
The same fans. Oh, there we go. Training blew up. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I had a feeling it was going to retrain.
Yeah. So you think you have to reheat it, or?
Depends on what this does. I probably should just.
Are you gonna push for 6.2, or you just want to do 6.1 SMT off?
I'll probably do like
6.
5.9 just to
Yeah.
start because I don't know. I get weirdness every time I go right to the direct clock.
Right.
Yeah, now we're on 0, 0. Let's torch. You got to get it hotter. Just
Sure.
got to probably go to 0.
Yeah, so really excited about that push at the end there so far, because we were sitting at the same score for a long time, moved over to R23. The scaling here is really interesting where I'm going from memory, so sorry if I get this wrong, but if I remember correctly, the math on this was about a 16% range. It's like 16% improvement here. I can go run that again in a second. And then converting this to be bigger bar better was something like 20, 22%, something like that. So Stellaris is scaling a little better, which makes sense. It's less heavy as a workload, but it's also cool because it's like a real world application, it's a game. So anyway, we got below the thing I wanted to see, which was below 21 seconds runtime. And that is at 20.891 right now. He hit that at 6.1 gigahertz. And we're just waiting on him to finish heating up the pot right now. So let's see. What is this? I have a question for Joe as well once he's done with this. So for Cinebench, ooh, that is a big noise difference. Cinebench, she stopped at 6 gigahertz so far. Joe, I just saw this pop in when I looked over here. Someone from the OSU Overclocking Club, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Says, who's your go-to manufacturer if you have one for extreme OC? I mean, probably comes down largely to BIOS. Do you have a preference?
It depends on. Usually, it depends.
Yeah.
I've done every one of them. Usually, ASRock or Asus. Those are the two big ones.
I think, too, like for me, the choice really just comes down to familiarity.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
MSI has gotten way better. So, like, but it's just sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to work with. Just like getting, the settings, figuring out what settings to use, stuff like that.
MSI has definitely improved a lot from the consumer standpoint too. Where like it's a big improvement they've done with their BIOS over the years.
Oh, yeah.
But Gigabyte was the nightmare years ago. Their BIOS was like easily the worst. They've done a lot to work on it. So it's crazy though. Like a lot of that comes down to normally one or two people really driving those decisions. And when you see like the monumental task they are given.
Oh, that means I gotta go in here. Where's it load from 6? And then we gotta go advanced all the way down. AMD overclocking. And then manual CPU. Core control.
What are you setting?
I'm changing it to just so it's only 8 cores, 8 threads.
Okay.
I'm just doing it early this way. We can
SMT
boot
off?
into it, yeah.
Any other?
Nope, that's it. All the settings are pretty good for now. I don't want to start going and changing too much. Oh man, then I gotta wait for this training.
God. You got an ice stalactite in here.
Yeah. That's what you gotta get off because you don't want to pour water into the pot.
Yeah. Icicle.
Icicle.
That's the name. Not ice stalactite. That's for caves and not ice.
All right, come on. I forgot to light the timer up.
What's the how we doing on LN2? About a doer. Oh, that's cool. Just saw a chat come through. Want to say thank you for the quality mouse mat. I bought a signed one from you in 2021 and still use it today. It's amazing and still looks good. That's awesome to hear. Mouse mats can go through a lot of abuse, so depending on if you're like doing the low DPI FPS gaming and a lot of friction and stuff like that, so that's cool.
Yeah, your undercarriage gets a little. I just couldn't help
Not supposed
myself.
to use mouse mats that way.
Yeah.
I had other things I could say. but
I am just
I've
not-
filtered them out.
I am trying to filter.
We'll save those for tater tots later.
Right. All right. We'll go there.
God, this is like, why has Brad Pitt become the meme? I don't understand. Is it all because of the one user?
Probably.
Brad Pitt's LN2 ice stalactite. Like, why are we? What's happened to the chat?
Always goes downhill.
You know, you'd think it's the oxygen levels for us you'd need to check, but I actually think it's on the other side of the screen for some of these chats.
Right. That's funny. All right, let's get this going.
Need a giant screen behind them with the gigahertz. I was talking about that. I was talking with Joe about
Yeah.
wanting to do something back here. Like, we have a rolling stand with a big TV on it. That'd probably work pretty well.
The only thing is glare sometimes.
Yeah, glare's a challenge. We could probably hook it up to like a laptop or some other PC and type it all into a spreadsheet and just make it big.
All right, we're getting back up.
Let's see.
I want that under 20 seconds.
We're getting
See if we
pretty
can do it.
close.
What are we at? Like 28.91?
20.8, or 20.9, I guess you're on it, but yeah.
See, it doesn't matter to benchmark. You always got to set a goal and beat it.
I was talking to Joe about that. How I was like, I don't. Did you even know this game existed before
I don't think I've ever played this game.
I
No.
put it in front of you? Yeah. So like within an hour of me introducing Joe to this test, he already had objectives for the scores he wanted. To
It's
hit.
true, yeah. Like I came up I was all into it. 23.17. What is that at?
Big.
23.
So you were.
I'm at a 5.5.
So that was like roughly.
Yeah, but I'm at like 1.55 or 1.6 volts. So
Okay.
it's probably really inefficient.
Your last 5.5 was 22.656.
Yeah, it's within reason. So that's good. Oh no, we're at 5.7. So that seems off.
Mm.
It just could be because of the voltage.
Yeah.
And then the temp I'm probably not at the best temp, to be honest. That's probably why. Let's get it down a little bit colder. Minus 80. I was running at minus 100 before.
Chat is inverse proportional to gigahertz achieved. I like nerd jokes are good.
Their jokes are great.
Where's the spreadsheet? Needs more spreadsheet. Allow me to introduce you
The whiteboard spreadsheet.
to my spreadsheet. It's a little crude, but it's
It
working.
works.
Let's see.
I'm so curious. So that was lower then.
The result, I think it was a little higher, wasn't it?
Well, I mean,
Worse,
that's what I
worse.
meant.
I
Yeah,
should say
yeah,
worse
yeah.
and better, I guess. Yeah.
We meant the same thing.
Yeah. What happened to the fan doohickey? Patrick and I were working on it like 2 weeks ago. We're trying to get something together.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, someone asked a question.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
should have specified that. I was not asking.
So 23,113?
2311.
Still high. It's like
It's
not
like
even
way up
5.5.
here.
But like, why did we get it so fast before?
Well, you turned SMT off, right?
Yeah, but I remember I ran it like before, like just like a test, and I was
Uh-huh.
like, dude, that's like stupid fast.
Any idea if you changed anything else for that?
Well, voltage. It might just be.
Yeah. Yeah, so the fan thing, the challenge has always been two things. It's a mixture of time and wanting to get a data set that we can publish, but I'm not worried about it. So it's kind of like the anechoic chamber. For the Hemi anechoic chamber, we consulted with Mike Chen, formerly of Silent PC Review, and spent a ton of time talking to a lot of experts and basically trying to refine the methods. And the reason for the Hemi anechoic chamber was you start getting into this really high-end equipment, and if you don't really know what you're doing, you can very easily produce very bad data, and there is nobody else on the internet to say that you're wrong. So there's kind of responsibility there. The fan thing fell off the radar for quite a while because we were trying to get all the other stuff going with the laser scanner, the Hemi anechoic chamber, and we overhauled the pressure testing methods as well. So you've seen all that on the channel. So all that to say, basically it was the lowest priority out of all the new equipment, partly because we want the Hemi anechoic chamber running to do the noise normalized testing for the fans, which it is. And Patrick and I put it back on the radar and started working on it a couple weeks ago. We recalibrated it. All looks really good there. And I'm working with Eris from Hardware Busters. So this is what's cool. Is in the time since we got it, Eris also picked up a similar fan tester. And so now we have someone who can peer review our numbers, which was really important to me because sort of the biggest fear I have with it is publishing a bunch of stuff, not knowing it's totally wrong because there's no one to check against. But we can check with him now, which is pretty sick. So anyway, that's we're gonna get something out
I wonder if my issue is going too cold.
in not too long. What, you want to try minus 90 or something?
No, I'm just keeping it at like minus 105.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if anyone's got, if like Bill has suggested anything in chat.
He might sabotage us. Can't do better than Bill. No, I'm just kidding.
How's he gonna do that? He's gonna send a, yeah, just install this BIOS. And just blows up the board.
Yeah. Those AMD guys.
Somehow that doesn't seem like it'd be in his best interest.
No. Bill's a great guy. I just
Yeah,
kidding.
he's fun.
Okay, 23,131, which is way too slow.
That's slow.
That's like 5.8, I think.
That's at 5.8?
Yeah, something's up. I don't know what is going on.
And you don't think it's SMT?
Before I thought I could have sworn I tested. I don't know. Maybe it was a bugged run. It's the only thing that I can think
Could have
of.
been a fluke. Could have been something else. Is it easy to re-enable it, or is it going to retrain?
No, it'll be retraining.
Nah.
But I'm just going to see how far I can push it. Maybe I can do 6.5.
Yeah.
It almost seems like there's maybe not enough heat, so like maybe I went too cold,
Right.
or my clocks aren't even set. That's why.
Now we've got new comments about
Dude,
Brad
dude.
Pitt's Hemi anechoic chamber.
Look at that.
I can't read. What does it say?
It's 5 gigahertz.
5?
Yeah, it means that my clocks aren't changing. So the clocks aren't changing.
Okay.
What's up with
Hit apply,
that?
what happens? Just still not change? Wait, what does that say? Hit apply?
I think it said limited on 152.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So it's basically not setting my clocks.
It was telling you it wasn't setting your clocks.
Well,
But you
I was too quick.
were clicking OK.
Stop it. Okay, so that might have been the issue.
To be fair, this is what I do this all the time, where it's like, you know, no, I mean the same thing where it's you
Oh,
get,
yeah, yeah,
you
like
get
you-
an error and you just slam enter and you're like, I don't know why it doesn't work. You know, like,
No, I think I was wondering. I'm like, why is it so slow? Like 23. I'm like 23 is like.
so are you not in LN2 mode?
No,
Or-
I am.
Oh, you are. And what was it saying?
I forget. We'll have to look. But basically, it looked like it wasn't setting the clock. So basically, we're running at stock.
Yeah.
Or not stock, but at 5
Oh,
gig.
wow. Yeah.
So that's why the score isn't like so high, basically.
Let's see.
But it gave me an error where anything over 152. So I'm wondering, Bill, I'll probably have to talk to Bill about that.
Yeah.
That looks like some type of safety mech where it's only setting 152.
Well, he was telling you something about that, right? At certain
Yeah, I
temperature.
don't remember what it was.
I thought he was saying like.
No, he was
above.
saying if it was +0, it would
Oh,
be 152.
okay. Bad mount, maybe.
Dude.
Oh wow! What the? Andrew, get a close up. We need to save it forever.
19.992.
That's insane.
I knew it.
What the hell happened? What was the temperature? Pot temperature and voltage.
100.
Minus 100. What was the? That's crazy.
Yeah.
What was the clock?
What?
I need to know, Joe. You're telling me to be quiet. That's rich coming from you.
I know, right? It's too funny. I knew it. I knew we could do it. Now, I could push it higher. I think it was only the same clocks. It was 5.8.
Yeah, well, that was 5.8?
Oh, 5.9.
5.9. Oh, that's still crazy.
5.9 at oh, that's
That's
not
crazy.
good. Valid. Hold on.
Not valid?
No. Like, CPU-Z doesn't read volts.
Oh, okay. Let me know when you got the reading.
I think I said 152, to be honest. Yeah, 152.
And then what about the clock?
5.9.
Okay. That's cool.
So
Wow.
I was right. I was right.
Wow. That is sick. Very happy about that.
All right. Well, we're going to go higher.
Well, what's crazy is it skyrocketed so much because, like, even if you look at your last good run, 20.89 to 19.9 is a huge drop
yeah.
in time improvement. So
Let's see if we can do.
That's
I probably
cool.
could do 6.1 at least.
well done.
Maybe do a 6.2, 6.3.
Man, that is awesome.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that was what kind of messed me up also. Well, I don't think we did any higher than 152. So there's some weirdness with that.
So what are you trying now?
6 gig.
Okay. I can't wait to put this on the chart for the recap against all the other stock CPUs because it's going to look so ridiculous.
That's the point, right?
I didn't see the power. I'm going to try and read it during this.
Oh yeah. Well, it has that weird.
Andrew, you want to try and grab that? Is that it? Maybe I'm just on one of the EPSs. Oh, that looks right. EPS. Oops.
It's the wattage.
I pushed the button that I don't know what it's doing.
That's what I.
There we go.
Somebody just look at that. 19796.
It was saying like 50, but I think I need to go back and look. Was it 19796?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I told you.
This is pretty heavy on one core. So I guess that was your boost then, is the SMT off.
Yep.
Which would explain why the power looked so low, because that power, I gotta save this message.
Oh yeah, that one makes sense.
Because the power was like under 60 watts, which only makes sense if it's like slamming a couple cores.
That was only
right?
6 gig.
That was 6?
Yeah, 6 gig at 152. He's probably gonna tell me you have to set voltage in BIOS, right? I don't know.
What was your temperature, minus 100?
Yeah, I was keeping it minus 103
Okay.
in between.
Same,
That's
yeah.
good enough.
What was this message I tried to save? Bill says 1.52 is the limit if LN2 mode's not enabled.
It is enabled. Do we have it set wrong?
You changed it at one point. Did you change it back already?
Maybe I'm setting the wrong jumper. I don't know.
It's the right jumper, but they don't say which. The board doesn't indicate. I have to look at the manual. You have the manual out here?
No, you put it in a box, I think. Yesterday, because we were looking at it, trying to figure out what the training issue was.
Let's see. You remember where it was?
It's like midway.
Let's see. I need Control F. Oh, there we go.
Unless I have to set LN2 mode again in the BIOS.
I don't know. See if you said anything else. That is really crazy. Someone says, I don't think they're using the E-clock.
19566.
19566?
Yep.
Or 56?
566. Yeah,
Same
buddy.
settings or 6.1?
I think it's a higher multi. I think it was 6.1. Let me just double check. Yeah, 6.1.
Cool.
Do 6.2.
That's a really good score. So yeah, your theory was right then. So turning SMT off helped this particular bench.
Yeah. Certain benches that are more megahertz, usually you do better.
Yeah, heavy on a couple threads.
Yep. You'll see it with like older benches, like 3.0 Mark 05. That
Right.
was one of those where you turn off hyperthreading. That would be. I've had a feeling this would be very similar.
LN2 mode. Enable is the right to, which
Yeah,
you
that's the
are
one.
on. It is on. Maybe it's in BIOS as well.
Well, I saw there's a setting in the BIOS where it will do auto. So I'm wondering if the BIOS is not. Maybe it's an ASUS issue.
Oh, so it says in the program. Is there one in the program too? Turn on LN2 mode in Ryzen Master.
Oh, there's an LN2 mode in Ryzen.
This is what I was saying at the beginning about us being out of practice.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
And also us both being used to BIOS and haven't fully gotten up with Ryzen Master. Oh, thank you. Someone pointed out I should make a note that run was with SMT off. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
We
all
definitely
those.
want that. So we can just kind
Do a
of
little bit colder, we'll go 110.
really appreciate that.
Objective met.
Pretty cool.
That was the goal. You told me I couldn't do it.
Let's see. Did you find LN2 mode?
No, not yet.
Okay, you didn't look yet. So I'm saying
I don't need
try,
voltage yet.
I tried
but
mixing
I do.
E-clock with multi. I don't know if we want to. Depends how much more we want to do, I guess.
I'm trying a little bit more cold right now.
AMD OC menu has an LN2 mode.
I didn't know that. When they add that?
I think they had it when they were here, when we did Threadripper OC.
Oh, so it's your fault then.
Yeah, it's my fault I didn't say it to you, the
Yeah, thanks.
overclocking, the overclocking expert that I brought here.
Damn you, Steve.
That's a really cool, I'm still hyped about the result.
Yep, look at this.
We should do this again for the
19286.
19286.
We might be able to do under 19.
Let's see, 19.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be at a voltage limit.
Is that, what is that, 6.2?
Yeah, 6.2, 152, but at like minus 115.
Oh, wow. Cool.
So let's try. So where is it in here?
So we already have the LN2 mode on the jumper correctly. I'm not super familiar with LN2 and Ryzen Master.
Well, we don't need it right yet, so maybe. Let's see.
I check chat. I'm sure someone's pointing it out.
If you try and set a higher voltage, will the warning tell you?
Yeah, if you go up on voltage,
I don't think
does
it tells
tell
me.
you where to
Hold
go?
on, let me go. Let me just try this. I want to go to about the 120.
286, good vintage. Yeah, your score. I did 15,276 last week. Well, it has nothing to do with this because this benchmark we're using is a little different, I think.
Oh,
Blue screen, finally. All right.
Hypervisor,
Well, that was.
yeah.
All right. So, what was the? Did chat ever say where?
yeah, the jumper on the motherboard.
We
yeah,
got
we
that.
We already knew the
The
jumper on
jumper
the
is
motherboard.
correct. Yeah, it's in the right
If it does
spot.
go into BIOS, I'm going to show you because there is. I saw it in the BIOS that it has one as well.
Advanced tweaker or extreme tweaker, whatever, it tells you if
Yeah.
it's on or off.
Well, yeah, but there's a setting in there, like
Yeah.
it's auto
You hit F9.
by default, and then there's enabled and disabled in there. Yeah, but the problem is they're going to have to heat up.
Cameraman Goat. Thought you were going to communicate with tilts and pans, but you went with zooms and unzooms. Let's see. Looking at chat, so. Let's see. He's currently heating it back up. Yeah, we already have the jumper's in the right place. I just looked at it. So for people who are asking about that, it is correct.
There's a setting in the BIOS.
Yeah, there is for sure. Yeah, people just keep asking about the jumper, but it's correct.
Usually all you need is a jumper.
Right. Yeah. So we'll check on the BIOS as well.
See if I can get away with doing this instead of heating up to 0.
Has he noticed the gifted LOL? Yes.
Who?
We spent several minutes on that. So I'm just asking if I saw them.
Oh yeah. Hard to miss.
What are you thinking for what's...
Well, if we're not in LN2 mode, that's probably why my temps like...
So you want to just try and push further?
Yeah, we'll just push a little bit further. If you don't mind.
Good thing you're not driving back tonight.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I did it that way.
Why is he heating it up?
No, that
Great
was way
question.
better, actually.
We've covered that a couple times, but the short version is to get it to boot. If it's too cold and you shut down, what's up?
LN2 mode enabled.
Enabled, yeah.
So it's behaving like it's not.
Hit F9.
What do you? Oh, for LN2.
Yeah, try LN2. See what you get.
Yeah, see
Let's
auto.
just force on and see what happens. Okay. So
Actually, I don't think that's good because I think it's. I have to reset. Yeah. So. 6.
I think your profile names.
Yeah.
I chose the first one, which was Boots. That was the This Works. You apparently continued that naming because you have Boots 2 now.
Yeah.
Which is like, do you have, what is your desktop like? Is it just like new folder? And then inside new
just
folder is new
everything
folder
in there.
2?
Put everything on the desktop. You don't like it? Too bad. I used to get yelled at that all
Do
the
you
time.
actually
What?
put everything on the desktop?
I used to. No, like when I used to bench. So I used to like have a screenshot program
that I
that
remember.
would fill it on the
Yeah.
desktop. So you'd have like 100 on the desktop, and people would be like, "No, don't do it!" Like they cringe out.
But for your work computer, you don't do that?
No, you got documents.
Oh. I'm just trying to figure out how much of a lunatic I'm standing next to. See how safe
Where do you
I
want to
am.
start? I'm wondering if we're actually in LN2 mode now. We'll see.
Let's see.
It's this 15.
Are you going to revive the OC comp with Jay's 2 cents? I don't know. Maybe I'll call him after this and see if he wants to do something. It was always interesting with that because we were trying not to use LN2. And that was actually before I had used it. And I remember you telling me like what I was doing was way harder.
Yeah, because you only get so much. Well, it depends if you can bin. But
Well, and it was also we were running radiators in a bucket of ice until like everything was condensing, like everywhere. Oh, is SMT off? Chat's pointing out it might
Probably
be on.
not,
Yeah,
yeah.
I probably didn't save a profile. Thank you, chat.
don't matter. It didn't boot anyway.
Good eye though.
I think I'm gonna have to heat up even more. There's this weird issue where I got to go to like 0 to go back. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because LN2 mode is not really working.
You gonna heat it up again?
Yeah, unfortunately. Sorry.
But let me do some super chats while he does that, so I have something to muffle the audio. So let's see. We have oh cool. Evocati Productions is back. Good to see you in the chat. Says this is exactly the stream I needed today. Ocular Moses is back on the camera. Says keep up the awesome work. Where are the tater tots? We are almost certainly getting some after this. Next one.
Almost?
Yeah. Let's see. Jason Bowen was commenting on what I was saying with the fan testing considerations we had for data accuracy. Says, I love the genuine concern for responsible data publication. Yes, that is a...
That's a thing.
There's an unhealthy amount of anxiety behind it. I can tell you that much. Zapdos Games, who apparently still hasn't received a cease and desist from Nintendo, says, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Zapdos. We'll see how long they let you get away with that profile picture of Zapdos. You know, maybe you should rename it to like Pal World or something. That might accelerate the challenge. Oh, I can smell that torch.
Something in there, I'm telling you. Something crawled in there. Oh,
Remember, you got to get SMT.
yeah, well, I have to, it's going to retrain it. Well, let's do this, because I'm going to have to redo it anyway. And then that should...
Putting files on your desktop is so wrong. I mean, it's in the name. Imagine if your files were just strewn across your desktop in real life.
They kind of are. Not really, but...
Mine are.
Well, I mean, really, like, if you think about it, it's realistic.
Yeah,
Just saying.
that's what it's there for, right?
Hey, if they
To
did,
clutter
if they didn't want you to put it there, they wouldn't let you.
You know, the strongest cope I have for this is the famous photo of Einstein's desk after he passed away, and it was just completely filled with stuff.
They say.
And he was very smart. So all I'm saying is that this is a great coping mechanism for having a messy desk, if you also need one.
Jeez.
Steve is pretending to read chat. It's all scripted. Even this one. SMT,
Yeah, I already did that.
you should save a new profile too.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
You want to call it like Boots 7 or something?
No.
You know, so you know what it is. Anything else in here? Fan? CPU fan?
Nope. No.
SMT. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. That reminds me. Where is it? It's in the OC drawer. Oh, yeah, there you go. From last time you were here, this was in the background of the set while I filmed the
put it up
videos.
there.
Yeah, it was back there for like a week.
It was it?
Yeah,
Nice.
It was
That was the whole
in
point.
several episodes after you left.
Yes. That's even better. You didn't notice? How did you not notice?
How did I not? I walk in, I turn all the stuff on, and I
Just walk past.
and then I walk away. Yeah.
That's great. Oh, come on, I hate this wait 50 seconds stuff.
Let's see, we got. Just looking at questions and stuff.
Yeah, last time I know I set 155, it didn't give me that error message.
So this question from Rob, $5 super chat, thank you, says, will the 7800 X3D and 9800 X3D need, I think this is meant to say, good coolers to overcome the temperature push of the chips to maximize the frequency, like good AIO or OK air cooler? They don't run that hot, especially the 7800 X3D. It's pretty low power. You can just,
Yeah, I didn't notice much of a load. Like,
yeah. I mean,
like-
78, you can definitely just run a good air cooler and be fine.
Yeah.
It's more of a consideration. You want to start overclocking or something. I mean, bigger, cooler, better. Basically, it'll give you more room. But
Yeah, you get more thermal headroom.
yeah, but for stock usage, it's not that difficult to run these days.
So if I set 153, let's put this down to 55. How did I get that?
What?
Now I can do it.
So just forcing enable the setting that was auto.
I guess.
So when it reports LN2 mode enabled, it's just reporting the jumper, but not the actual mode.
No,
Great,
that's weird.
cool.
Yeah. Way to make life difficult.
Gotta be pretty happy with your score though.
We still got somewhere on it.
It's empty.
Yeah, because it's 5.5.
I don't have to cut you off. You're getting pretty deep in the LN2 here.
Why is this? Oh, yeah, I guess that works. All right, let's get down to minus 100 and see if we can start pushing that to higher. That means we could probably go a lot higher. I should probably set it to 1.6.
What are you shooting for right now?
Well, I think we didn't run 6.3. 6.3 was the last. So I'm just gonna probably go. I'm gonna try to bump up the voltage, see if like it's actually running there, and then just maybe do a 6 gig run. And then I think we needed temperature last time.
While we're between runs, too, I'll point out the dice sets again are on the store, so they're on store.gamersnexus.net. Directly supports what we're doing. Joe and I are going to sign about 40 of these in addition to the signature I already have on the signed model. So these are up there in the inductor model and in the snowflake model. The inductors have actual e-waste inductors. How's your light over here? Inside of them. So that is an actual, like, basically a VRM component inductor. E-waste from the factory. We did copper coloring for the text on it as well. They're sharp edge resin dice, and that also helps with some of the randomness. So people have asked about how that impacts the weighting, and we actually tested on that. I'm gonna have a full video soon, but we did a little bit of a spoiler on it in the launch video where we show a chart of benchmarking dice. So that is it's like the same thing I do in the charts and except it's dice.
Except for dice.
Yeah, I did.
Those are cool though.
Yeah, I did
I'm pretty impressed.
couple thousand rolls, mixture of manually and with like a machine. And then I told Wendell, and Wendell was like, "Why don't you use machine learning with pattern recognition?" And I said, "Well, aren't you so smart?"
Like, thanks for making me feel stupid. Wendell, he should be here.
Yeah, he's gonna try and come back out soon.
19871. That's about 6 gig. So it's within reason.
Yeah.
So it's good.
That's basically error.
Yeah. All right, so that means we're running healthy. We'll go 6.1.
Let's do I'll get one of these out for us to just do it now while we're running stuff. What are you running right now? 6.1?
6.1. Minus 110.
You want black or silver Sharpie for one of these boxes?
Probably silver, no? Wouldn't it be better?
Sometimes.
You tell me. Didn't you sign any of them?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they both work. Put that box. Let's see what you get. What's the voltage?
6.1 at 1.6.
Okay.
I'm trying to just like
That would be very unfortunate to transpose those two numbers.
6.1 and 1.6.
1.6 gigahertz at 6.1 volts.
19475. Oh, close.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's better than that one.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Cool. I guess I'll write that next to it.
Well,
475.
I don't remember now.
Yeah, I think so. 475. You're getting pretty close to your current score.
I want to see if we can go 18 now. That way I can rub it in later.
Yeah.
Said I couldn't do 19.
I
We
wanted
did
to
18.
I wanted to set something where we at least walked away with some level of success. And you're like, no.
No.
I
Right
wanna
away,
make sure-
too. Right away.
Yeah, I want to make sure we either have no chance of success
That's right.
or it is glorious victory.
It's glorious victory.
It was.
There's only one way. Only one way.
Think you can do that while it's running, or you got to keep pouring?
This one I'm a little not sure. I want to try to keep it at 120.
For your,
I don't remember what to sign
Hot
anymore.
temp.
Should I just do tech Odin?
you used to do Techo, and
Yeah.
you've done bearded too. Let's do a test on one of
Let me
our
do a
boxes.
test on first. Well, give me a 1899.
Wow.
Cool. I want to put this one up.
All right, go for it.
1899. Wow, I'm starting to write like you. I don't remember what that was though. I think it was 1.6.
That's really good, man. That's
And I think it was
crazy.
6.2.
I'll put that on. That'll be funny on the charts.
Yeah. Was it 6.2? Yeah, 6.2. So we beat it. So it is voltage. It needed voltage. And that's actually helping with cold as well. Let's try this.
Let's see what I got if I newer silver.
So we might have started a new benchmark. So we're gonna have to start putting this on HWBot.
That's right. I'll talk to Roman.
Oh, did it fail? It failed. I think.
What, it failed? Did it crash? Full system or
Yeah, but the temperature is rising.
so it's doing something?
I don't know. Yeah, well, no, it's only pushing 33 watts. No, we might be done on it.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good.
Good way to finish under
Yeah,
819.
that's great. Yeah.
But that means I can also push probably. Actually, it might be able to boot now. If LN2 mode is really going on.
Yeah.
Because that might have been the issue, is that LN2 mode is really not going on.
Let's see what chat's saying. Steve, Mini ITX case review when? We've done a good amount lately, but I don't think we have any lined up right now.
Yeah, so that was it. That LN2 mode. Now we can boot in.
So now it actually just recovers.
Yeah.
That's good.
So we did it the hard way.
Builds character.
That's for sure. Hold on. I just want to get this one. It's not like you made it easy or anything. No, it's done.
Yeah, you're right. It's my fault.
Exactly. Hold on. I need to write something on something first. Where can I write on?
Oh, so you can practice right.
Yeah, I just want to. I haven't written anything. Here,
Here,
before
right
I
on
do
this,
this one.
right on this Corsair box.
Hey, but with this stuff?
Huh?
We do.
It's pretty good. You got most of the letters right.
Well, yeah, it's just kind of like. Now you made me feel like terrible about it.
That's what you always signed before. Oh, you did tech Odin quite a few times though. There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is the signature.
I blame Steve. So anywhere? Does it matter?
Anywhere, yeah. How's that one pick up on the box? Oh, nice. That's pretty good. You did a excellent job hitting that 1899. It was very impressive.
You're welcome.
I can send you this if you want to do this benchmarking at home. Like if you want to use the same software.
No.
No?
Never again.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
Seem to like
We'll
it.
see. I gotta get a chip. To be honest, I should have brought my board. The Azrael board.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about
670 or 870? 670?
it. 670.
I don't know if 870's got any extra LN2 features that would
Probably
be
not.
useful. It's probably all the same, I guess.
I don't know, maybe a memory?
Maybe memory.
Usually these are
yeah.
kind of low on memory because it's the Hero and not like.
The Extreme or
Yeah.
whatever, yeah.
But Extreme is, I think, a 4-module board. But I don't think with AMD it matters, right? It's not like the Intel where you have the 2 slots.
Right, right. Yeah. Someone asked, was LN2 mode on when you had SMT on previously? Yeah, we had it on.
Oh,
think,
well, you
right?
had the jumper on the whole time. It's just we had to this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this
All
one
of
no.
This, yeah, all of this would have been jumper only. What are you muted? No.
Yeah, no, I wanted to make sure it wasn't.
Yeah.
So this was jumper on, but not set.
Right.
And that's where I think we were running into the problem.
Yeah.
This was with LN2 mode on, and then it's set on the BIOS. Supposedly, I guess you have to do it in the BIOS. And
This is like
is
crazy
weird.
though. Like, I'm very impressed you were able to pull this off.
Can't help it.
It's like you can't compliment them, you can't diss them. It's like it's all the same.
It's all the same.
I'm trying to build up your ability, and you're just like, "Pfft,
I got it.
I don't need your praise. I know I'm good.
Hold on. Let's see. Let's try. Oh, we're not. Let's go. I'm gonna start going. Just go really cold.
D&D dice set with embedded beards. When?
Oh.
We'll do genuine
Put it on.
genuine
Ready?
beard hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So, how's stuff looking so far? Is 9800 X3D good or not? I mean, we thought it was good in the review, like for consumer use. So, I think I had fun working on it a little bit yesterday for the OC prep. Joe, I think, has.
I actually really like the chip.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like this AMD, the newer revision is actually nicer, like as far as like heat-wise too. It seemed like it really was not like a heat, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's easy to control in some
yeah,
ways.
like I feel like it's a nice, easy chip, and then the gaming, you can see the gaming performance, how much you can really gain from it. It's kind of pretty. It's just an impressive all-around chip.
Yeah.
Like I would recommend it.
A comment from Andrew probably remembers this username. This goes way back to the house days too. It burns when
I knew that was the one.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Local celebrity.
Yeah, like, oh man.
Chat celebrity.
I was thinking about when we were going to stream, and I was like, I wonder if he's going to come on.
Yeah.
And that's funny.
Right at the end here. It burns when internet protocol.
Yes.
It burns when IP. Says, on those dice sets, I'm shocked you got Snowflake to sign any. That alone is more impressive than most things I've seen on this channel. Yes, she was extremely cooperative. I was impressed. It was cool. I wasn't sure how it would go, but it worked out.
The problem is now, if I want to go back to R23, I got to go say SMT.
Oh, yeah.
SMT on. I keep on wanting to say SMTP because I've had to deal with that lately.
Mail servers.
Yeah, forwarders. Like,
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's that corporate world.
Yeah. Port 25.
Should we go back to the corporate voices? What about?
Let's put a pin in it.
I think for Cinebench we should table for now.
What are we gonna do, Steve?
We can reevaluate our options in quarter three before earnings.
I think our earnings will be pretty decent at the time.
Yes.
Yes.
Quite.
Yeah. I think we'll leave it at that.
We'll put a pin in R23 for now.
I wonder.
Ah, yeah, there you go.
I'm going to see if I can boot in now because with the LN2 mode, I just need to make sure. But that's weird though. Why wouldn't it do? I don't know. Something's funky.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I got
Workplace jargon dictionary. 30,000 foot view. That's another one. Yeah, that's a common one. Action item.
Action item. Yeah, that's a good one.
Actionable. Add value.
Add value is another one too.
Apologies, of course.
ASAP.
It's not. It's
At
never.
the end of the day.
EOD. Torch. That's not in the dictionary, but it should be.
B2B, B2C. That's all.
Yeah. B2B, B2C. Front burner, I've never heard. Back burner makes sense.
Put it on the back burner.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Ball in someone's court. Yeah.
Benchmark.
Benchmark. They're stealing from us now.
Yeah.
The suits. They're taking our words.
Blue Ocean.
Blue Ocean, I've never heard. Have you heard that?
No. Blue Sky Thinking.
We're looking up corporate jargon. I hope it's exciting. Boil the ocean? I've never heard that in the corporate world. What does that even make? Don't boil the ocean. Apparently that's a thing people say. Anyway.
Might have killed it.
Not the actual system, just the boot. Every time you say that, people will think you mean the actual system. Why do you choose R23 over the latest? I guess a couple of reasons. The main one being that we're both familiar with running it, and it was already on this bench. That's the primary reason. Really, it was already on the computer. Please advise. That's a good one. Please advise. Yes. Per my last email, LN2 mode should be on. Is it on?
0-0.
Maybe to break it down, and if we do
I
that,
think
we'd
it's
probably just call
probably,
it. Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of the.
Let's circle back. That's a good one.
Yeah, let's circle back at another
Let's
time.
let's circle back to that.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Probably gonna.
still pretty good runs, and then we'll break it down and try it off stream. Oh, that's another one. Let's take this offline.
Yeah. we have to study these before we do the next one.
Next time we'll do the whole stream and only corporate jargon.
I don't know. It's being weird.
That's-
Which means it's water. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa! Almost lost the beer there.
I was just about to warn you.
Yeah.
We have a fan on this side for anyone who can't see
you
it.
can't see it, but I almost lost some beardage. Yeah, it looks like we're good now.
I think you were saying earlier you might have lost some forearm hair from the torching or something.
Oh yeah, no,
Burn
that's the
some of
knuckle hair.
the knuckle hair.
Yeah, that's
burn-
usually the case.
Right.
Sometimes you get a little liquid nitrogen stuff too. And we're booting up again.
Everyone's doing the per my last email.
Per my last email.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you want to do? It's up.
I mean, I'm happy with the scores. I say we break it down.
You don't want to do like a suicide run or
I don't know.
23?
I mean,
Now that we know LN2 mode?
if you feel like you can.
Yeah, because I'll do like 1-6. We'll just do like a big one. If it,
Yeah,
if
sure.
it works,
Yeah,
it
let's
works.
do
If it not,
If it works, cool. If not, we'll close it.
then we got to do. All right, what is my profile I got to load again?
7.
Smells?
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
You didn't specify what it's like, though. It could be a good
It could be
smell.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
New cologne, you know?
I didn't read this one, but about an hour ago there was a chat that said, "Imagine the smell in that room." So.
It's amazing. What is it? Oh, SMTV? Is it SMTV?
SMT.
SMT? P?
You want that on, right? Yeah.
I think it's just auto. Why is there 2? There's 2.
There's the AMD menu and then probably the Asus menu. All the other chat is about AI this, AI that. There's another one now.
Anything in the stock market's like that too.
I remember some of 10 did some of the original like quote unquote AI overclocking. It was before it was like a buzzword, you know.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. It was cool though. Like it would auto open and close the liquid nitrogen valve based on the temperature.
Yep.
He wrote like some kind of actual algorithm for it. That was years before AI was. Everyone was like sick of hearing it.
Yeah, now we're pretty much sick of it. I hear
Yeah.
it all the time.
Yeah.
What we do with Copilot. So.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. This Dan Sims in chat says, "Go for broke one last time and then tater tots."
Nice.
I agree.
You're having.
There's still time to get tater tots at the local tater tot-eries.
Aries?
Yeah. The tater totteries are still open.
Tater totteries.
That's
Totteries.
probably.
Wow. I don't know.
There's probably a word I don't know that I've just said that is very
Yeah, it's
bad.
probably bad. Way to go, Steve. I was gonna say. Be good. Good. Boot, boot, boot. Yeah. Oh, damn it. I gotta do LN2 mode. Yep.
This is I'm really hyped about the Stellaris numbers. You're gonna be up on this chart, Joe, on our review charts now for this game. Yeah, you're gonna be there for like all the future.
Yeah, for like every one of them, because there's no way anything's gonna come down to that.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, you can just put you put this right next to it. I was just thinking. You keep that on it. It would be great. What do we got here? Okay, good. Now we just pump it.
You'll notice I do keep it though. It
You
is
better.
It is the greatest
I'm
compliment
gonna have
I
to
can
look
give
back
you.
now and see like which videos had it and which ones didn't.
If you go to when you wrote that and check the videos for like the.
I don't remember when
I
I wrote. Did I write that on the last time?
I think it was. It might have been 2 times ago. I don't know. I've had that for
I
a
don't know.
while.
I always like doing funny stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like. It says consider setting peak core voltage before engaging manual mode. Okay, that wasn't it. was trying to remember what that, like, what it said before. Where it said it's only set 152.
In which video will we have the benchmark with those charts? I'm trying to think what we have coming up. I want to do just a general, I guess I'll spoil the content a little bit. I want to try and do what we're doing here, except with all of our game benchmarks for the review suite, and just put the highest possible number on all those charts and see what it looks like. So it'll probably be in that video. I don't know when that'll be though. There's a lot of people asking about like mixing in other settings, E-clock and F-clock.
F-clock it might be.
SVM.
But then we have to change memory, so then it's
It's
even
a
like
lot.
yeah, there's a lot in there. Because if you change memory, then you got to retrain, so that's waiting like a minute. That means I got to heat up all the way.
Yeah, it comes back to what we were saying about like spending the 12 hours yesterday on setting up the bench and doing some runs, but
Yeah.
what are you at right now?
I'll just 5.5.
What happened to your, what are you going to do
Perfect.
next, like a six something?
I'm just going to clock it up. I want to see how cold I can get. So like,
Just look for a cold bug, basically?
yeah, and because I have it set to like 165. So I'm going like higher, way higher voltage. Just to see like what we're doing. About a minus 100.
Another 20. By the end of the stream, I'm going to be an expert at this.
It could be that I can go full pot.
20 gifted memberships, not subs.
Oh, I thought it was, the undercarriage issue.
No, although the undercarriage issue did come back. That'll be between us and everybody in this chat.
Yes.
It's going to become another meme, just like Ice Cube and Reservoir. 90% of people have no idea what it means.
25244 and 56.
5.6. You're right. 25212. So yeah.
Yeah, it's it's about within. All right.
So
fine.
you're basically like kind of validating your current results against the previous, right, to make
Yep.
sure it's scaling properly.
Well, just to make sure it's working,
Yeah.
like with the right voltage. Like I had a feeling just weren't setting voltage, and it looked like we had like issues for sure in LN2 mode.
Yeah. Deadly Cross did the 20 gifted memberships.
But I think also if we do
Thank
the
you.
higher voltage, it's going to keep the pace good.
Uh-huh.
Because you can see we're doing about 120 watts at like 5.7, 5.8.
Yeah, and that's, for anyone who's curious, the difference, Cinebench and a lighter core workload.
I don't think we did the other one.
Stellaris, the highest I saw was like, with SMT off, it was like 60 watts.
Yeah, I'm curious what it was.
Now, this PMD is also, I haven't personally calibrated it, so I don't know if there's any
It's
advantage.
actually, yeah.
Normally they're pretty damn close, though.
So we'll do 5.8.
Just use gamers instead of memberships. It's like, it's a slippery slope. You start becoming the executive on stage meme. What's up, gamers? Always
No.
great when a guy who, some kind of corporate VP, has not played a video game, possibly ever,
What's up, gamers?
really relates to the audience.
Yeah. Doesn't go over too well.
We heard you make our stocks go up.
26131? What is that?
That is, you were at 5.8.
Okay, so it's actually more efficient. So that's good.
What are you at now?
5.8.
Oh,
So it's a little bit more efficient.
Cool. So this is going to be our last set of runs, I think. He's trying to get...
Yeah. I just want to get over. I'm going to try to see if I can go colder. And before we could only set up to a certain amount of voltage because I guess LN2 mode wasn't engaging properly. So now it seems to be engaging properly, but setting the higher voltage sometimes lets you go colder as well. So like we're at like I think 165 or something a lot bigger that you shouldn't run on air, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're running at minus 130 now too. I figure we just go really cold.
Everyone's saying hello, fellow gamers. What's up, gamers? Hello, fellow
26,
gamers.
588, is that low? No, 558 is right in line.
553, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that 5.9?
Yep.
Okay.
But this, I think we might be able to do higher than 6 because we got stuck at 6.
You guys
Wow.
have phones, right? That's another. That was not one of the game industry's best moments, but one of the best memes. So your 6.0 was at 27036.
Let's see, but I'm at minus 140 now.
Wow.
I think we might
That's
be.
cool.
Well, I think now because we have actual LN2 mode.
Yeah. You were at minus 120 for Stellaris last time, so.
Yeah, but that wasn't like such high voltage, so.
Right.
This might give us some really good scaling, to be honest. So we might be able to
Minus
do.
140 is very good.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, yeah.
As long as it is minus 140, hopefully it's not like a paste issue either. 27059. Is that higher?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's higher. So that's so 27059, but we're at like 1.65 voltage.
Wow. Okay.
But that's kind of purposely. So
Minus 140.
yeah,
And then what was your clock?
6.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So it's more efficient,
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
just
should-
by a little bit. But it's just
Yeah.
the cold.
I need to clarify that too for people. When we're talking about efficiency today on the stream, we're basically just talking about at a given clock, is the score higher or lower? If it's higher, same clock, we're calling it more efficient, which I'm only pointing out because in a literal sense, this is definitely not more power efficient. I mean, it went from 1.4 to 1.65, so just to make sure.
Just seems like the chip likes a lot more voltage.
Yeah.
Is basically the point. If you don't give it enough voltage, usually it scores lower. Just so
That
make it even more
that
complicated.
pod is like crazy fast.
27495. Yeah, that's why I like the pot. It's
Yeah.
like a big. So that's
That was
6-1.
27495.
Yeah, it's 6-1. And then we'll do 6-2.
Same 1.65.
Yeah, I'm not changing that probably anymore.
Minus 140.
Minus 145 really.
Oh.
It's minus 140, but it's dropped a little bit
Okay.
just because it stopped running the benchmark. I'm gonna try minus 150.
This whole stream is just like reminding me of why it's so nice to have a silicon product launch that's actually good.
I think that might have failed.
This stuff's, it's fun.
Yeah,
you know?
it's done.
I think you'd be happy with that. I mean, you just beat your previous.
Yeah, I
Cinebench.
think I'd probably have to get colder. Is the point? So I would like to run full pot
You'd
at
have
one
to be
time,
in more-
but yeah, it's
you-
just no way.
Just practice too. I mean, there's a lot of other settings we didn't touch. So.
Oh yeah. No, but for like a really good, it's kind of almost like the first run, really.
This is
Yesterday
awesome,
we didn't
though.
go that quick. Yeah.
Like that's. Let me do the math on that really quick.
Let's see. Maybe we can get it back real quick.
Let's see.
Not usually, but sometimes you get lucky. No, I
There's
think I
another-
had a crock paste in there. Did you hear the?
I just looked back and at chat, and there's more. There's more gifted memberships. I will get used to this. That's what I said at the beginning. I was like, someone sent gifted memberships in, and I didn't know that was a thing. And then someone else posted, was like, yeah, it's been a thing for a long time.
We've been slacking.
I just upload videos, man. I don't know. Deadly Cross sent in, I think it's 50.
Yeah, I got to heat up.
With a message saying welcome to GN supporters, and thank you for doing that as well. Well, that was cool. This is a really fun setup. I think we can call it. I don't think
Yeah,
you're going
'cause
to
it
beat
had to
those
take a
numbers.
while.
Yeah, it's a big effort to break everything down and do it again. Let's do the numbers. So
I mean, I could try to heat up. I don't know what time it is.
this is why you're good at this. Is the I can do better, you know.
Oh yeah, I do it.
That's what it takes to be good at this. So if you do the reduction in time for Stellaris, that's insane. So it's 27%, 26% less time required, going to 18.99 versus 25.8. So reduction in time required. You do the math that way. That's
Talking like
26%.
a gigahertz higher.
Yeah. Let's do the simulation. So this comes out to 139, I guess, and then 18.99. That's crazy.
Can you come back?
So simulations per hour for those who like bigger bar better.
Training.
Doing the math. Is that 36%? That's insane. Let me double check that.
Talking about a gig.
Wow. Yeah,
Oh,
so if you
36.
convert it to simulations per hour, I would caveat this. Like I'm not sitting in front of a spreadsheet doing this properly. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, 36% is what I'm seeing for sims per hour. That's crazy. I mean, either number, like definitely you're getting the 26 or whatever % reduction in time required. That's kind of, yeah, that's a lot of times we've done these OCs with parts in recent years. It's like you might get 14% or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
right? Like that's crazy.
That's impressive.
That's really good. Sick. We'll do the math on that really quick too. So Cinebench,
About 4,000?
what is it?
4,174?
27,495 versus 23,321. So that is 18%. So that's kind
Which one did you start with?
of. I did 27,495 versus 23,321.
Oh, okay, you did. Okay, that's what I thought.
So shows you the difference though. You know, looking at like depending on how you want to, if you want to do negative or positive, but 26 or 36 or so % for Stellaris versus 18 for Cinebench. Both very good results though. Cool.
Yeah. Told you we were gonna get under 20.
Yeah,
We
you
got
were
under
right.
19.
You were right.
That
And you-
1899 is
and
just
you still
perfect.
have it.
It's perfect. Perfect.
We were
Told you.
both a little uncertain with the rustiness, but
Yeah.
you nailed it.
You get
so
back
thanks
into
for
it
doing
again.
that. Yeah, that was cool.
It's like muscle memory, like riding a bike.
Yeah, that actually does come back pretty fast.
It
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, sweet.
How much we both bike.
Cool. All right, someone's talking about SMT off versus on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. But we were just trying to beat scores, so
Yeah.
that was the point. Cool. I think we can probably call it there. So
Yeah, I think we could probably kill it.
yeah, not the actual system. Please don't kill the system.
Maybe.
I need those parts.
Remember at the beginning of the stream, I said I like to throw things. You know,
Yeah.
I'm probably more of a.
If the stream stops suddenly.
You know what happened.
Cool. Well, yeah, thanks everyone for jumping in. I'll do a couple super chats really quick here at the end. We're not going to do every single one of them, but we'll take a couple. I'll see if there's any that we can help with answers and stuff. So let's see. Actually, this is a.
I'm curious.
Let's see. You're going to keep going.
I just want to see if it will come back. I doubt it. The pace is probably just wrecked
Yeah.
at this point. It's kind of pointless, but
This one's kind of fun.
it's your board and chip, so.
Right. Any chance for, so Jason Bowen said, any chance for a GN Thermos for LN2 or coffee?
Surprised
I
you
guess.
knew one like that. That would
We
actually be.
should, yeah.
Yeah, why don't you like a cup? Everybody does cups nowadays. Why don't you do a cup?
Like glass or plastic?
No, like this.
I
Like,
was saying,
like
I don't think
no,
LN2
like
would
a,
do well in it. Bang!
any type of sealed like this.
Yeah,
Because you know how like these are the Stanley cups are big now.
yeah. That was
You're
weird,
welcome.
by the way.
What?
You saw that, right? When they like
Got really weird. I was like, when did this become a thing? I was
Yeah.
like, I'm a trendsetter.
Yeah, I was
Because like, we
yeah.
would buy these for years.
Yeah, Joe gave me Stanley Cups like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
What? No one.
You're lucky.
No one seemed to care about it when it was
No.
the OC thing. But
No, apparently
what-
it's
I don't know why they got popular.
it's kind of strange.
Let's see. Will you benefit from X3D in games like Civ 6, upcoming Civ 7? I don't know about upcoming games. I haven't tested Civ 6, but in Stellaris you definitely benefit from it. So, I mean, depends on the game, but generally speaking, it appears to benefit almost all games. So I think it's a fair bet.
Runs pretty cool.
Yeah,
If you want to sign during super chats.
I was thinking about it. Nah, we'll do it. We'll do it off stream. We've been running a long time. Thanks. Unless you want to sign some of them on stream.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe it'll
Do
be
a bunch.
better.
We need
for them.
space though. Yeah, without throwing things.
It's like I could easily do that. What do you want to do?
Let's move the
You can move
keyboard
this,
and mouse,
like this.
and then we'll do a couple while I read
It's not like
these.
it's working.
We'll do the rest off stream so we don't spend too long on it. But so the fastest way to
Should have numbered them.
we can.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
I'll go get that other one and write a 1 on it. We're gonna mix some of these in. These are our dice sets. So any of the sign SKUs, it's guaranteed to have my signature, and then we're mixing some of these in with both of us.
You want to do?
Write a 1 on there. Normally looks like a line. Oh, there you go. You got the number sign too. We're doing a. Let me add a /40. We'll do 40.
Oh yeah, do 1
Yeah.
for 40.
Cool. There you go. So let me get us a chat to do a comment on. Someone give us some questions in chat. It's like ideally stuff that Joe might be able to speak to uniquely, LN2, whatever past stories about LN2 mods. We'll do some of those while we sign these. There's like, this is the biggest problem with liquid nitrogen streams, man. It's like the space sprawl.
I know, it goes quick too. Like
Yeah.
you lose space real quick.
I gotta do that one too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot you're in this too.
So let's see what chat is. We should have the questions coming in a second.
Probably
All
just
right,
do
so
it.
these are on store.gamersaccess.net. Let's see. Let me get the question before we do this next one. This Damien said, I kept asking it earlier and no one got it, but unfortunately did not ask the actual
Definitely
question.
didn't get it either.
So I would have tried to take it. Let's see. I don't. Some of these questions I don't know. Shell and terminal. Highest clock we can just answer right now. What was that today?
6.2? Yeah, 6.2 with SMT off.
This one I can do. Do you already know the amount to the charity the T-shirt? I think this is basically asking how much did we raise from the T-shirt drive. That is in hardware news going up soon. The total was $26,000. Kind of insane.
Non-tech related. Joe, do you use beard oil? No, I actually don't. I do recommend it though if you have like if you're just starting with your beard, and that biggest problem is it gets itchy. That beard oil is magical. It will get you to that point when you start growing it out. Once it starts getting longer, you kind of get rid of that. But beard oil will help get rid of the itchiness.
Literally can't get better tips than.
Yeah, these are real pro beard tips. You also have to have good genes, I think, too.
Viking jeans.
That's right.
Let's see what else we got. This one's been coming through all night. I kept missing opportunities to grab it. Robotrix says with nitrogen.
Is 3?
This is 3. Yeah, I gotta keep track of that. 1, 3.
There you go.
All right.
I'll keep track of the number.
Let me get that question so we can start talking about it. With nitrogen, would it not be better without paste at all? Does thermal paste not become an insulator instead? Have you tried?
It depends on the type of paste. Yeah, you don't, trust me, like, you have to have something on the interface between. Usually, I think it's what, silicone-based? Usually,
so.
the better paste for liquid nitrogen is silicone because it's less cracking. If you use, like, that's why liquid metal and all that, they all become, like, insulators. So it's not good to not have paste because it technically won't work.
I mean, yeah, it's like you've got
It's
nothing
like-
any surface you're cooling with, and the IHS will have microscopic imperfections in the surface. You really need a medium to fill those gaps and bridge the two parts together. If you look at our laser scans of different integrated heat spreaders, you'll kind of see that in action.
Yeah, just because well, if you lap it, you can really see them.
And I think this is what the viewer was asking about earlier. Some of the boxes, just because like natural woods, some of them lighter, some of them darker.
Yeah, some of them are lighter and
Yeah.
darker. Yeah,
They're pretty cool.
they are cool though.
Thank you. I'll send you home with some. You can figure out a way to use them to overclock.
Yeah, I'm not sure how, but
Roll them for a challenge. Roll a 20-sided die, and then whatever it comes up, set that to your ratio or something. Let's see what's another one we got. So there's comments about your beard.
What is it? It's beautiful.
That's what you call a holy beard.
I get people that stop me on the road and be like, man, that is a great beard. It only gets weird if you try to touch it.
Does Steve have to pay for dinner for losing the bet that you wouldn't get under 20 seconds? I would be happy to do that.
Well, he's paying for dinner either way.
If that is true.
So.
That is true.
Ooh, I like that idea. Chess set.
What?
Someone's asking about a chess set.
Someone's asked about. Well, this one you do. What is LN2? That's a good. I mean, that's genuinely like we should clear that up.
Liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people. Yeah. Basically, a gas that turns into. Was it a liquid that turns into a gas?
Yeah, they. I don't know the science behind it, but
evapes.
they like basically take it out of the air and.
Yep. Yeah. Well.
Compress it into the chamber.
It takes a lot of power, though, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I think that's really what you're paying for with these services. Whereas this is 6. As High Cookie says, why so expensive? It's free. It's air.
It's air. You take it from the air.
He has it good over there, though. LN2 prices. See any questions you want to do? I might have to scroll down. I don't know if I locked. 6.
I saw you heat up with the torch earlier. Why? Well, since we're going super cold, there's no way to heat up, like just running the you figure the CPU is not working, so there's really no heat on it. And we're super cold, so what you need to do is we use the torch to heat it up. Because otherwise it would, I mean, you could use a heat gun, depending on what you want, but
Yeah.
there's always been, I remember when the World Trade Center, right, we were using the,
Yeah.
we had to use heat guns because they wouldn't let us use torches. I think we snuck them in a little bit, but
Yeah,
they were really frowned upon in the middle of the World Trade Center.
Doing that with Intel. So yeah, there's Intel did an event in New York, and they had you keep telling me what it is. Is it 9900K?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the 9900K CPU launch, and there's a lot of venues. But I mean,
Which one is this, 7?
this is 7, I believe. Yeah, 7. So yeah, sometimes like Bill always uses the hairdryer because AMD is constantly sending their OC team around.
Even Intel does it too.
Yeah, and they're normally in hotels and stuff where the hotels they normally have trouble getting clearance for the liquid nitrogen, which is understandable.
Yeah, it can be difficult.
Yeah, hotels like, what the hell is this? Like,
Yeah.
we don't want that. I don't know what this
We've
is.
done events and stuff, and like when we've had like 10 tanks.
Yeah.
And it's a little interesting trying to get
I mean,
it
if
in.
I were like the landlord of a hotel or whatever, and there's like 10 tanks of a gas I don't understand in my property,
They get a
I'd be
little
like,
weird.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, like what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Like, are you sure you're supposed to have this? You
Yeah.
know, like that's kind of the gist of it.
Looking for other
Gifted again.
Oh yeah, other overclocking questions too. Deadly Cross, thanks for that. Talk about motherboards a little bit. I mean, what settings do you look for normally when you're like trying to pick a good XOC board? Right, like what are the first things you look for when you boot to a new BIOS or something?
Well, what do you mean boot to them? Oh,
Like a board you're not familiar with.
well, you always got to look for like the basics: CPU, how to change the multiplier, how to change the memory divider.
Yeah.
If there is an LN2 mode, like this one was a little weird because we had it hardware-wise, but it wasn't enabled in software. So I had to figure out the timings depending on the memory or the mainboard manufacturer. Timings might be in different areas. Those are the kind of the difficult parts.
Let's see. Guys, what is the current highest score? So for Stellaris, it's the lowest score because it's lower is better. So
Is
that's
it 8?
That is 8. Stellaris was 18.99 from a starting point of 25.8, which is crazy. Let's see. And we got another one that's like Jeremy Morton gifted 10 Gamers Nexus memberships. Look at that. I didn't even accidentally say subs.
Moving on up.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I don't actually know what that means. The gifted thing, I guess it's the memberships thing that gives it to other users. I'm not a streamer.
Yeah, we only do streams every
I
once
know
in a
that
while.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
And I know that it is a contribution of money. I don't know what the function, like, I think it gives the membership to people. I live in my video creation and upload bubble. But yeah, thank you everyone who's done that, especially the person who kicked it off because I didn't know that was a thing. So
This is 9.
Yeah. Let's do one more on stream and then
Yeah, we'll do top 10 on the stream.
10 on stream is pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. Says, when I get mine, I need a new Mobo. Are there any I should stay clear of? I'm going to do some mild OC with 360M. Well, certain boards are going to be easier to overclock than others. So you're going to want a board that has that's more extreme, I guess you can say. So if right off the bat, the Asus and ASRock boards are the ones that I usually use. MSI is pretty good as well. It's just for
And it's really
ease.
like the VRM differences too at the low end.
Yeah, I mean, but for most of the air stuff, I don't know if it matters as much, right? It's more for the extreme stuff.
These days, a lot of the boards are really overbuilt.
Exactly,
so,
they're really
yeah.
overbuilt from the factory, so you don't necessarily have to do much. But it really depends on what kind of overclocking you want to do. If you want to really get into memory overclocking, then you want to get a board that specializes in that.
So this is, I mean, that's a great answer. You can give an example of that too, like specializing in MemOC.
Yeah, Asus usually does a lot of stuff in there. So
Apex.
Yeah, the Apex. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Is the Apex board with the different slots. So depending on if you wanted to get into MemOC, then I would say recommend that board because you'll have a lot of features built in for it. Like you'll have a 2-slot board. I know some will be like, oh, it's a 2-slot board, but you'll be able to get higher megahertz out of that. That's why they do it.
Right.
But yeah, most boards are pretty good nowadays. It depends on the features you're looking for. Is really what it is.
Yeah, and this for VRM thermals, a lot of times they're okay these days, but there's still boards that come through that are just really terrible. And happy to shout out Hardware Unboxed for the VRM thermal testing for motherboards. They do a good job with that. So if you really want to research the board purchases and you're thinking about doing OC, it's probably worth checking their VRM thermal testing just to make sure it's not something stupid that he's got.
Yeah, because there's a lot of
with.
boards out there.
Yeah.
So, but for the most part, a lot of the mainstream boards, you can kind of almost guess which ones are going to be better.
Yeah.
If you look on HWBot too, you see what a lot of the overclockers are using. That's probably one of the best ways. Is that seeing what other overclockers are using, And it will be different between Intel versus AMD. Some boards are better, and it also depends on which one you like to go through the BIOS better. Some BIOS are organized better than others. It took me a little bit to get used back to the Asus one because I was more. I think we did ASRock last time.
I think so.
So
yeah, ASRock I need to use more of because I haven't really used ASRock a ton for any of the XOC. It's when EVGA was around for Intel, I used a lot of EVGA.
yeah, it's different now because they're not really there
Basically
anymore.
gone,
So yeah.
And then Asus otherwise, but ASRock, I've heard a number of XOC people talk highly of their.
When you can get a board.
Yeah.
Some of the boards they had were unobtainium.
Okay.
So that can be a little bit difficult sometimes.
Right.
But for the most part, the ASRock boards are usually really good. And then the Asus boards as well. And MSI too has been doing
They've
a
definitely
really
been
good
improving.
job.
Of course, keep in mind for everyone, but every one of these vendors makes at least one absolutely horrible product.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah.
You
It's,
still need to
not
research
saying
it.
all of their
Yeah.
products, but if you look at their more mainstream type boards that are kind of made for overclocking,
Right.
usually are the better ones to be feature rich, especially for being able to push things.
All right. Cool. I think this was fun. Glad to have you back. Thank
Yeah,
you
I'm
for,
exhausted.
Yeah.
It was great though.
Yeah, no, these are always
Really
fun.
missed
I
how much I like doing this. So
Yeah.
we should definitely do this more often.
Same on the streaming side. I mean, this is, makes it fun. So I really appreciate the
Yeah,
trip
yeah.
up. And then, so yeah, one last quick recap. We got a recap video we'll do, but this is the scoreboard. Cinebench is over here, R23, and Stellaris over there. So lower is better, higher is better. And the improvement top, I'm going to average these. I'm not going to run the numbers again right now, but this was like, depending on how you did the math, around 30%. It's like 26 to 30 something. If you did, positive or negative. And then this R23 was like about 17 or 18%, something like that.
Yeah,
Pretty damn good. The clocks, the highest you held was, I guess, 62.
We had some at 6.3, but then like if we found out about LN2 mode early, we probably would have been there quicker. But
Yeah.
I know now that we could probably get higher than that, but
Yeah.
6.2 for the most part.
Well, I think we'll probably do more of these. I don't know when the next one will be, but if a 9950 X3D exists, and we do
We'll
not,
end up doing those,
and we do not know yet,
Yeah,
then
so-
we'll do one of those too.
Yeah,
So.
I agree. We'll be here.
Sweet. All right, thanks everyone for tuning in. A lot of fun. Haven't done one of these in a long time, so glad to
It
be
was
back.
good. I
Yeah.
remember how tiring it was as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But great success on this one. So I hope you all learned something from all the OC discussion or had fun as we tried to figure out how to read certain membership donor names.
Yeah.
Just saying, something about undercarriage. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. And you can check him out, Bearded Hardware on Twitter. And
Bearded HW.
Bearded
on Twitter.
HW on
Yeah, I'm
Twitter.
Bearded Hardware on YouTube.
Bearded
and
Hardware
I'm
on
going to
YouTube.
have something up soon. We're going to start bringing back the channel again. So
so check that out. And we'll see you all next time.
soon.